Check. So good morning, everybody. Looks like the crowd is very silent today. Uh, so thank you for joining us in this edition of Microsoft Power Platform Connect 2023. We as CGI are honored to be hosting this event today. The event is organized by the Community of Practice, Microsoft Community of Practice for CGI, alongside SPS events, and in collaboration with Microsoft themselves. As I understand today, our focus is to explore how we can leverage the strengths of Microsoft Power Platform to build impactful solutions to our customers and catalyze their innovation journeys. Now, CGI and Microsoft have been working together for quite some time, and there's been a fruitful collaboration. I'm really sure about that. And those of you who are new to CGI, just a quick word of introduction about CGI. We are in the IT and BPS services worldwide. Around 47 years in existence. We are headquartered in Montreal in Canada, and we are a 13 billion Canadian dollar company. We have presence in 40 countries around the world with 90,000 plus members, working for CGI. Now, coming to the Microsoft Technologies capabilities, our Microsoft expert team is 25,000 plus in various Microsoft technology platforms, and they've been helping our customers build their solutions, enterprise solutions, and drive their digital transformation journeys. Our partnership with Microsoft has been, as I said, very robust, and this has grown from strength to strength year on year. And this is actually based on a common vision of continuous innovation and providing value adds to our customers. Now, our teams, the 25,000 strong teams, have been able to leverage the wide gamut of Microsoft technologies to build expert solutions and services to our customers worldwide. And also, we have been able to provide the solutions in multiple industry verticals. For CGI, industry verticals are really important. We actually value not only our technology capabilities, but we also take account of how we leverage our technology solutions to help our customers in their own areas of interest and their own industry specific solutions. So, coming together to build industry solutions which are very relevant and which provides cutting edge value add to our customers has been, the cornerstone of this partnership. We are a global managed partner with 6 solution partner designations and 6 specializations with Microsoft. We believe the topic for today is of much importance, given the fact that the world is gravitating towards low code, no code kind of spectrum, and the Microsoft Power Platform is kind of accepted to be one of the leading technology platforms in this space. So that being said, without much ado, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the participants, and special thanks to our keynote speakers who have generously agreed to share their expertise and spend the day with this august crowd. Our Microsoft speakers for the day are Deepak Rajendran, Manoj Mittal. Our event speakers are Pratap Reddy, Nandeep Nachan, Smita Nachan, Kirti Prajapati, Sujit Kumar P. Sukumaran, Prabhu Govindan, Satish Natarajan, Bhargav Reddy, and Arvind Desar. Also, the organizers, Jenkin, Senthil Raj Natarajan, Raghavendram M. Rao, and Lalit Rawat from SPS Events. So, welcome to all of you, and a special welcome to all the participants today. This is expected to be a very interactive and engaging event, and I would assume that this would give you strategic directions and advice on how to be more effective in maintaining solutions using MS Power Platform for our customers. Please feel to be open, feel free to ask questions and leverage the opportunity and the expertise that the team brings to the table and take this advantage home. So thank you all again. Wish you all a great productive day ahead. Thank you.
HDMI is there. माउस don't need. नहीं माउस तो नहीं चाहिए. Audio. How I can? Should I run video and check? Yes. एक मिनट. देखिए जरा. चल रहा है. Sound is not there.
केबल लगाना है ना.
Even right there. Sound is not coming. So. Even where I have to join. Instead of people again, I'll join it. Sound is not there. Sound is only in laptop.
The sound doesn't.
No, sound is okay. That is connected. Sound is coming here.
Just output is going on speaker.
So just click on create and move further from here as I did. Create an app. So now what it will do, the Copilot, it will just create a table into the Dataverse, which is the underlying database for the Power Platform, and it will create the app, which is a ready app, right? Ready to use app. That app can be used with all the CRUD operations and you can use the search features. So ready to use apps.
So now it will work or not? No, it's working. Okay, am I audible, right? Yep. Hey, thanks everyone for joining this session and very warm welcome, good morning to joining this Saturday. So I understand Saturday is not easy to come and join here, but definitely you will take away and something new from here, what's coming into the technology and what it will help it in the future, your projects or assignments, right? So let's start with the activity. So here, I am Manoj Mittal. I'm going to play here as a keynote role. So my role in organizations, I am working as a lead engineer in the app innovation team in the Microsoft itself, right? So let's start here. I'll not take much time on more on introduction. You can follow me on the LinkedIn or the YouTube. So you will get a lot of learning materials there. So let's start with the Power Platforms, right? So before starting this, how many knows about the Copilot? So that is the major theme here for the today's event, which is coming in the new. So just I want to hear from you. You can raise your hands to just get to know how much people are aware about the Copilot or not. So that will help us. Oh, nice, quite few hands. Okay, that's nice. So hope you will learn something new here and what is Copilot across the Power Platform. Yep. So yeah, as you know, is a Microsoft Power Platform suites. We have a lot of components and pictures, right? I'll just reiterate those who don't know all these things for what purpose we are going to use. Power BI, basically we use for the business analytics purpose. Power App, we have for the Power App, for the app developments purpose. Power Automate, to automate the workflows, right? Virtual agents, so like what we are building the bots, so intelligent bots we can build very quickly using the Power Virtual Agents. We have Power Pages if we need to build any of the public websites. For that purpose, it helps the Power App Pages and underline the database, right? The Dataverse, but anyway, it's connected with the multiple other data sources like SharePoint, Azure, so we have SQLs, Data Lakes and all. Yeah, but underlying the Dataverse comes under that suits. AI Builder, definitely the cognitive services which we are using at the Azure platform is integrated here itself. And the last, we have Power FX, which use to write an expression seamlessly and use across the Power Platform, right? Hope this we are aware who is working on the Power Platform, all these components, nothing new here, it's just an intro, right? So let's see here. So what is Copilot? Now low code, which we say as a Power Platform is a low code solutions, low code, no code, it has a Copilot. And what it does, Copilot, right? The Copilot is a real-time collaborator to the platform, to the developers, how it is. It generates the content for us itself. So it uses the GPT model. So with the help of Azure OpenAI services, right? So once we are providing the when we are providing the prompt or we are providing the phrases, when we are providing the sentences, it starts understanding what intent around this phrases or the prompt, right? And start generating the content for us. And it sparked the creativity in the sense, right? When we are creating any of the applications, like we need to build a Power App, it creates an entire boilerplate solution for us, right? In the past also, you see, we are launching a lot of boilerplate solutions ready to go market. When you can use it, it's like 40 to 50% ready to use solution. You can take it, do the modification as per the customer and start delivering. So it's create that type of features on the fly itself. The automated cognitive task, definitely for the Power Automate point of view, we just type the prompt, it gives the entire workflow ready for us. No need to do anything, right? And definitely in the last, create the user experience. So you will see all these things. I have a recorded demo for this sessions, the 4 to 5 demos I will show how these things will work and easily help us to achieve more. Okay, so once we are talking about the Copilot, right? So Power Platforms, basically, right? It's a low-code, no-code solution, but it extends the development potentials. So with the Copilot, how it's helped to extend the Copilot, right? So we'll see the key benefits or the key features of the Copilots. First is like code assistance. So it's not only about the Power Platform, entire M365 ecosystems, it works, Copilot, right? GitHub, you see, when you start typing the code, it will start suggesting the entire functions, right? It's in not in the GitHub MS Office, if you will see Power Platforms also, Power App, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agents. It's a wonderful example. Like you will see in the demo, when you are just typing the sentences, your entire working bot will come up in front of you. You can just take it as a boilerplate solution and go to the customer. It's very easy, right? Design assistance point of view, right? Once we type any prompt and give it to the system will understand the intent. It will design the entire applications also for you. So it's not like we are going to teach somebody how to write a code. It's like, okay, it's helping us to work it more and go beyond to that sections. Data integrations. So automatically it will integrate with our data source. So for example, right, in Power Automate, if I'm going to write any of the flow and I want to say, okay, there's a new joiners in the organization and I want to send a welcome note to those one, take the data from the SharePoint. So I just write it these phrases. So it will understand, okay, I need to connect with the SharePoint. It will automatically connect with the SharePoint itself. So that's also we'll see in the upcoming demos. The workflow automations, anyway, that is part of the Power Automate, virtual agents, AI builders, how it's helped, we'll see all. And the last but not the least, the natural language integration. That is the key feature, right? In our natural way, how the human is talking. When we are giving the sentences to the system as a co-pilot interface, it will start understanding what I want to do. So the one thing we need to understand here, when we are typing anything, we just call it as a prompt. So what's the meaning of prompt? It's like a sentences, and how like correctly sentence we will give it to the system, that easily and more efficient way it will give us the result back to us. So that's the natural language integrations will come up here, right? So what this slide says, right? So now in the current era, after the pandemic situations, right? So objective is not for the organizations to teach everyone how to write a code, okay, to use how the low code can empower everyone to develop the app. So the two different thin line differences there, right? We are not here going to teach everybody how to learn, how to write a code, but Copilot do all those things for you. So that's the advantage we are also going to get, and it's increase the productivity, right? It's not a rival for you. It's not like taking something else from you, but it's always a helping hands for you and giving, and it just help to achieve more. So, okay, I'll pause if any questions still yet. I'm keep talking about for the 4 to 5 slides. So I'll just talking about the Copilot, which is a theme here. So anything anybody want to raise? I'm just keep talking the Copilot. What is Copilot? Because I'm hearing in the community, a lot of people has a lot of questions about the Copilot. Anything you have? Yes, please. Sorry? Sensing the data with Copilot.
Sensitive data with Copilot.
Sensitive data with Copilot.
Yes, say for example, I want to build some application on the banking sector, right? So what if I use Copilot? Will it, not throw my sensitive record outside? What is the security mechanism in place?
Yeah, definitely. So Copilot doesn't send anything outside. That is within your system itself, right? It's not going to interact and not sending anything outside. So it just within you are within your ecosystem itself. It's not like your API is going outside your organizational boundaries. It will be within that boundaries only. And what permissions, what security trim access you have, it will work within that boundary. It doesn't go outside. So help is like when you are typing anything, it will start understanding and just start suggesting based on the GPT model. GPT is what? It's a predefined models which exist. So it's not sending anything outside.
Will Copilot also, controls the DLP policies which we have in the environment?
That's currently this feature is in preview mode. So all the securities, DLP things is going to come up. It's in our official documentations also, but definitely those security policies is going to come. We'll just go through later once the GA things will start appearing. But at this moment, it's just released for the set of customers who can start using and leveraging and get the feedback from them. Yep, so security is a key area that's understand here.
Is there any extra cost involved into this?
Yes, definitely. Copilot is not free. So, so at this moment, it's not fair to say any cost because this product itself, this feature itself is in preview mode, right? So it's in preview still. You see in the documentation, $30 per month per user, which is came up. So we need to wait until it's going with a GA and will be available to all the users. The cost will become accordingly. But at this moment, yeah, it's not fair to say what's the cost, but it's not free. It's a helper. So you see like that, right? If the CEO in organization, CTO, they need to write some emails. They need to take very quick, sales teams need to take a very quick decisions. So that small sort of cost, but doesn't matter for them. It's available entire year, entire month. They can just quickly type it and get the solutions, boilerplate solutions very easily. How my applications work, responsive applications with all the CRUD operations, how my bot works, how the Power BI applications, everything they will get within a seconds, within a minutes. So it helps in that way, but yeah, cost is associated.
So will it, include AI credits and other licensing stuffs or services?
AI credit definitely with the help like AI activities, especially in Copilot, when we are going with the AI builder. So there the AI credit comes as per the organization, what licenses you are having, or extra also you can buy. So not like in Power App or Power Platform, apart from Copilot license cost will be there. But if you're using AI features, that definitely AI separately cost will also be there. Cost will be associated.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Hello. So one of your previous slide, when you mentioned there that integration also can be done with this. So let's say example, maybe I want to understand that if any software is used by a team in a company and they want some integration from our SharePoint to that software, will it also be possible?
Yeah, answer is yes and no, not completely yes also. So at this moment, I also want to highlight once we are working with a Copilot, as it's in preview stage, it's tightly work with the Dataverse. Right? Definitely with other systems. So in my one of the demo we have, it's going to automatically connect with the SharePoint as well as with the Outlook. So similarly, what automatically connectors we have in our ecosystem, it will definitely connect with that in going future.
So maybe Microsoft apps it will allow, and maybe other apps may not be, if I understand.
We need to wait for the general availability. I can't release all those things at this moment. Yeah, but what we have at this moment in preview mode, it very well work with the Microsoft systems.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so you're saying it's a co-pilot, right? It's not an autopilot. It's not doing everything on its own. So once we are typing, it gives us the entire solutions to you as a boilerplate solutions you can take, ready to use solutions, which you can start leveraging, and it will reduce the efforts of doing the development, right? So that's why it's a co-pilot. So there is a misconceptions also, I just sometimes heard, it's not autopilot, it's a co-pilot, right? That's why it's the understanding, right? Let's go with a little deep with each of the component what we have in Microsoft Power Platform. As you see on the screen, I have dumped a couple of the recordings here just for demo purpose, but we have more deep dive. So how it started, right? Copilot, we say AI assistant, right? So it's not like something which came recently. So it's there from the long journey. If you see once the idea sections in the Power Platform, that is there for the long time. People can start using the ideas, they can start writing the expressions, date formattings need to do, any expressions need to write. We can use this idea features. That is also the same. Right? After that, the journey we will see, it's moved to the expressions, right? Express design. You can give any of the image, right? And like during the customer meetings or anything, we are just drawing some images for any of the form, and then form is just typing any of the form, the employee joining forms, registration forms. Just give the picture to the platform. It will design automatically the running applications for you, as well as it will store the data into the Dataverse. It will design the database structure also. Now we have Copilot, right? At the third points, which we'll see here is a Copilot. What this Copilot does, right? It's again take a natural way. You can provide your the sentences as a prompt, and it will start designing entire applications for you. Not even the applications, even the database design will also do for you, will make the fully functional app. Next, we'll go to the Power Automate and how the Copilot helps with the Power Automate. Power Automate, as you can see, once we go to the Power Copilot environment, we have a box where we can start typing again. So it will start again understanding, as I said in the starting. We need to send a congratulations email to the new joiners, right, and to their managers. Just start typing in English. It will start understanding, as we are seeing on the screen. It will start suggesting what prompt I'm looking. Right? Once we type it, it will start showing what are the actions it's going to use automatically. We can just take a look. If we are okay, yeah, proceed it. Right? In the second screen, like what second sections, what we are looking here, it will help us to design more into that sections, what expressions we are going to use. And at the end, the third sections, which we are looking as a Copilot has its own canvas area. Right? When we are taking as a Power Automate, when we click on the edit, it's open their own interface. So here Copilot is also having their own edit interface. And you can see on the right hand sides here, right, in the corner, that is the Copilot control itself. We can again type it. We need to add any control. We need to remove any actions. Just type it here. We need to remove the send email. It will remove it. We need to add my manager details. It will add it control or actions here itself. We'll see in more detail in demo itself, this section. Virtual agent, right? Virtual agents, it's a quite wonderful example of the Copilot, if you will see, right? Once we are creating a bot, we'll see how much time it takes. It takes like weeks. It's reduced the time from the week to days. And it's taking the days to writing the logic. It's just converting into the hours. That much advantage is coming with a virtual agent, right? You will see the live examples also. It will create everything for you. It will create an intent, what the users want to say based on your understanding of the prompt. It will start adding the intent, what should be the user phrases, what user want to speak on based on that understanding. It will design the entire workflow, right? And the running bot, you can just click it, type your prompt, run the bot, you can start looking, okay? It's a boilerplate solution coming, you can use it, it's ready to go to market. That type of solutions is going to come up. Conversation booster, right? It's another element. So like whoever has worked with a Q&A maker in the past, such type of capabilities is also coming up. You just scroll, give your company website's name here, it start taking the informations when you are typing the question. It's not store any informations, what company is having, the runtime it will go and start getting the data. And you can just give us the PDF with a Q&A format you have, the doc file you have, it will start taking those files and start responding at the runtime. Right, this is the last slide. I'll not take much time. We'll go on the demo. That will be more interesting. Right, AI Builder, definitely it's keep evolving. It's not even, it's in much in preview, all the solutions for that AI Builder. So this is more on the cognitive sides, right? When we are using AI Builder, so it's give us the predefined lot of model to us. So one of the key features, if you see in the AI services, the summary, right? When the email is coming or any email sections, any notes is coming for entire document, if you need to find out the summary, right? My document is for a 1 page. Any email is coming with a full-fledged email, but very hard to read it out. Just provide the content to the summarization services. It will give in a small paragraph and more readable format. So such type of activity which we can easily do with the help of AI Builder and take a decisions. What should be the next step? Right. So let's start with a demo, and hopefully you will find quite a lot of new stuff here. I'll skip it. Yep. So I have a recorded demo. I'll play it for you. Just have a look, and we will just do the more conversation around that one.
You come up here and just type, I want to create an app to track the inventory in my musical instrument store. And I just click here. So what it will do, you can see here on the right hand side, Copilot is start.
Okay, what's the objective here, right, for this sessions? So I'm going to build, I want to build one app. So for example, I'm going to take my the inventory store app I need to create, and that's hold the instrumentations, like the guitars and all those things. So just I want to give a statement, just build for me any inventory app, which is holding the instrumentations, and let's see how it's build everything for me, right? We no need to do anything. We are just giving the prompt. So as you can see, I'll run it from the scratch here. You'll see that prompt also. So what's the screen you are looking here? It is a Copilot environment. The top box is coming. Here we are going to provide that particular prompt.
So I'll come up here and just type, I want to create an app to track the inventory in my musical instrument store. And I just click here. So what it will do, you can see here on the right hand side, Copilot is start analyzing using the GPT model, right, and start creating the schema based on what query, what in a natural way the queries I have given here. So you can see here, it has created a schema, it has understand and created the sample data, which is a more relevant data, not like lorem ipsum. So we have ID column, name column, categories. So you can see the data type also it has created very well as a price columns, right? And the choice columns and all. So what else we can do here? We can just click on create and move further from here as I did click create an app. So now what it will do, the Copilot, it will just create a table into the Dataverse, which is the underlying database for the Power Platform, and it will create the app, which is a ready app, right? Ready to use app. That app can be used with all the CRUD operations, and you can use the search features. So ready to use apps will be built for us. Schema will also get created with some sample database, right? So take a couple of seconds and it will come on the screen by working app. So let's run this app. Here we can see all the details with the sample data. And here we have the screens which get the more detail. So we can search here the detail, it will start coming. Yeah. So the search is also working here. So let's select any of the items and try to edit sections. For example, I just did the category changes, right? So once I click it save, yep, category has changed. Now, so what I will do now, I'll add the one more screen and add the Copilot control and add with the data source. So here, Copilot, right? And after adding the data source, we'll start putting some natural way, some queries and see how the response is coming back for that. Yep, so this is the control going to connect with the table. So that is the inventory table just now what we have created with the fictitious data. Just resize or make the alignments accordingly. I'll just run the app here. Right? So I'll just type it a few of the queries. So what is the cheapest price of the guitar we have installed? So cheapest price is $100. Okay, let's ask in some different way. What is the expensive price and brand of the guitar we have? Yeah, most expensive price and brand of guitar is this.
Yeah, so this is the way, right? You see entire application, I didn't write a single line of code. I just type in natural way what I want to do. It's created an entire database schema for me. We can review. And schema point of view, it's not only the single line of text of type of column. It's understand from the intent what I want to do. It's create a single line of text, multi-line of text, choice columns, price columns, decimal columns, right? All those things based on understanding. And create a data also for me. It's not a lorem ipsum data like dummy data which we are going to use. Actual data which makes sense to my intent. Right? It automatically created everything. And on top of that, apps also you can see, Power App application, that is an entire full-fledged working app is get created. And it's completely responsiveness also. You can take it and run on the mobile, completely responsive app. So it's not like it's doing everything for you. Yeah, but it's helping and it's make it ready to 30 to 40% solutions. So you can start using on top of that what the customer requirement and start using all those things. Yeah, please.
What if based on the prompt given, it's create a database schema and we are not comfortable with it, we may need some extra addition, alteration to the database schema. So
yeah,
any options for that?
We are free to use, we are free to do all the changes. So it's not like it's a freezing everything, right? It's just giving the one boilerplate solution, but as a developer, we are free to use, we are free to change whatever we need to do. That can be changed.
Okay.
So, and yeah, please.
Yeah, and the Power App which you mentioned is finally the web app or a mobile app or how it is?
It's a Canvas app, which we saw, right? So that's quite responsive. You can browse in mobile. So it's just start rendering into that section. It's not a fix, it's a fluid, a type of structures will come up. But definitely if you worked on the Canvas app, we can define which canvas, like we have a 2 columns. So first column should come up here and then second column should go down, right? It will automatically understand that responsiveness and start working in mobile. So it's just a Canvas app.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, please.
Well, hello. Yeah, so as you said, this is a Canvas app. If you want to use this whole functionality in our own mobile app, so does it have any API kind of call, or we have to use this Canvas app only as a web app?
Mobile app definition is quite different, right? It's quite big also. So
no, but still,
this is specific to Canvas. Which
okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So how intelligent is it? Like, can I give an instruction to train my AI model, or can I tell, like, build a PCF components which can integrate my Dataverse with external data source, like any other?
Yeah, it's at this moment it's hard to say anything on that one because it's in preview feature. So yeah, so see all these AI features what you are looking, right? It's as much as we will start using, it will start understanding the context, right? If you are using the ChatGPT 3 model which is coming, when we are typing, it start understanding what prompt we have given earlier and now what questions we are asking. As much as we will use, it will start understanding the context. Yeah, but connecting with the external system, at this moment, I'll say no. But yeah, once it will become up with a general availability and new features will be rolled out, then it will be there. But at this moment, it's in preview, it's no.
Yeah, because paying $30 per user per month is a
that's
huge
why it's
cost.
in preview means, yeah, like you can take the trial environment and it's available in the US regions. You can go to your admin center of the Power Platform, just select the trial environment, select the US region, you are good to go for a 1 month. Just try it out those features and leverages those features, how helpful it is. It's not like for a one component, we can say it's a $30. It's an entire ecosystems, right? Power App is one of the example, but see in that way itself, if I need to go with a customer have a specific requirement, I need to build on the spot, some of the applications need to show them, right? I can very quickly create up. It's like a boilerplate solution in hand. So it's not only for the developers, for other guys in organizations, sales guys we have, senior guys we have, right? Even for the developers who is joining the organization, not very much aware with the technology or tech stack. So it's not a time to teach them from the scratch. They can learn themselves what the solutions is coming up.
So suppose some citizen developer got stuck by using Copilot. So is there will be any support from Microsoft to help them on that particular app which they are building?
Sorry, I didn't get complete.
Suppose one citizen
developer. Can we take
developer.
it offline, that one? We'll just come up with more demos. Other events will be there. We can connect.
One minute, one question.
Thank you.
are these apps extensible using the API and can be talked to the third-party systems?
See, APIs definitely is there. We can use in the entire Power Platform systems. We can create our own connectors that can connect it with the APIs. But with respect to Copilot, we are looking at this moment. I'll say it's not a fair to say yes on that sections. So once it's come up with a general availability, more features will get to know. So it's like more on the trial versions. People can start using, give their feedback so that we, as much as feedback we will receive, we will improvise our system more on that section.
Okay, thanks.
Manoj, sorry, one last question.
1 minute, please. So for connecting the dot, like you right now what you have shown. So can we show like how to change the data now, like for the same thing? The database is already created. You have shown a schema. I just want to see how to edit it. Can you please show?
That is just a Dataverse, right? In Dataverse, you can go to the table it has created as an instrumentation table.
If it does not take time, can you spend 1 minute on that? So
Yeah,
I can connect
after the demo. So I have lined up a couple of more demos, not only Power App.
Okay.
The other
Okay,
sections also work, quite interesting things you will learn. So let's see, it's very simple. You can go to the Dataverse, find the table and do all the operations. Even app is also quite responsive and fully CRUD operations is there.
Manoj, sorry, since we are in this demo, this question is with respect to deployments, right? So what if we move our solution from one environment to other? I'm talking about that aspects, right? If we are asking our Copilot to build something for us, it is creating an app, it is creating a table, that's all fine. So will it also create a solution and add all these artifacts inside the solution which will help the deployment in future?
We need to wait for that.
Okay.
Definitely, it's a part of our platform itself. Slowly, it will start coming. And Copilot, what you are looking, it's at this moment, it's work with a small database also. It's not like fully functional on the large database. That's in our official documentation also, if you will see of the Copilot, and very much compatible with the Dataverse at this moment. What you say, the Copilot control, when you're typing in natural way and getting the response back. So it's quite connected with the Dataverse at this moment. But yeah, we need to wait as the growing, more features will start appearing.
Thanks, Manoj.
Manoj, last question here.
Yes, please.
Actually, I wanted to understand how this Copilot identify which types of model I can create. Like there are model-driven app, Canvas app, and the portal apps, right? So how does it will get identify that I should go with this?
At this moment, it's Canvas, which I showcased.
Okay,
so we need to go each particular platform. In Power Automate, we can go. So that will give us their own interface. We can start typing, it will generate a solution for that. We can go to the Power Virtual Agent, it will generate a solution for that. We can go to the AI Builder, it will generate a solution for that. So at this moment, each platform having their own interface to create it.
Okay, thank you.
I'll show that one is in demo itself. Right, let me proceed with the next demo here.
So I'll
Yeah, so this is more on the Power Automate, right? So as I told, right, the example what I'm taking here, as the new joiners coming into organizations, we need to send an email, welcome email to that one. So here in the box itself, once you start typing in a natural way, it will create entire flow for us. And flow, it's not only the flow it's coming. So as you ask the questions, one, you need to modify that content what is coming. Copilot, with the help of Copilot, we can remove the actions, we can add the actions. Even we can add the content data also within our like welcome emails. We need to add into the body or a subject. So all those things we can do with the help of Copilot. So let's see in action. It's just a short video of 5 minutes. You will get more idea here.
Here to send and congratulations email to the new hires. The information stored into the SharePoint list, and that mail should trigger every week, right? So I just take this statement in a natural way and clicked here and just waited for the Copilot. Copilot just suggested the actions which is going to use. Looks okay to me. It suggests these are the connections it's going to use. Yep, that's fine. Create a flow. So it come up with the entire new canvas. There's the Copilot on the right hand side for us suggestions that can be leverages here, right? So as a get item, if you will see, we can add the address and list name via the statement. The easiest way we can just select it if we know the URLs itself, right? So I just know I selected here. This is my site details which I added. Now let's add more detail. get a let's add the manager and CC him into the emails, right? So I just add the statement, add actions, get my manager and CC him on the email message.
So it's not like always 100%.
Right, it's going to add the manager. Let's wait for a couple of seconds. Yep. So we can see here the detail has added up. So let's wait. Yep. It's came up here itself. The managers is added. Send an email. We don't need here send an email. We are just looking down, so we can remove it. Send an email. Remove. And an email action. Right, so we can see we have manager, so that's fine. Manager is not added as CC here, so sometimes it's not an autopilot, it's a co-pilot, it's a helping hand for us, so we can add it separately, that one. So let's do one more thing. In the mail body, if need to add some text, right? So let's add some text in the body. Update the body of email with a long text welcome using emojis and the light-hearted tone. Let's see how this message is coming up here. Yeah. Yep, some messages has came up, so that's okay. Now let's fill the rest of the informations what we need here. So here is like the manager detail. Let's add the actions here. Get my profile. So I'll go down and select my profile here. Yep. So it will take it up my profile. I'll send it my ID to get my manager detail. Yeah, that is done. Now we come back to the mail sections. The email should go here. I select it here. I'll just type new hire joiners. Right, so joiner email subject. I'll just add it as a welcome. I have and CC also. We can add it up here, right? Yeah, we can add more parameter as a CC. So that can be go up as a manager. Yep. So this is done. Now we can see what our flow is doing, right? Here, let's check what my flow does. Yep. So this flow.
So as you can see, right, in the Power Automate, so yeah, whatever the actions I was doing manually, even those can also be done with a co-pilot. But sometimes it's come up as a trade-off, right, which I can do manually certain steps. So let's go ahead and do it. And what we need as a co-pilot, that can also be like come up. As we saw here, that when we need to send a mail to manager, so that it's added the new actions itself. But not always is happen how accurate prompt you are giving. It will start creating the flow accordingly to us. And at the end you saw, right, once my flow is get created, we need to see what my flow is doing. So it's pretty much is just giving all the explanation what this entire actions and entire flow it is. So such type of features, like it's give always a plus plus. Let's move to the one more interesting demo and see on that one. So that is quite interesting. As for the virtual agent, right? So here you will see how intelligently it will come up in this section.
In action, how it's work.
So here, what's the example I'm going to take? Okay, as an e-commerce organization, right? We need to refund our product, and after returning, we need to select the payment options, and then payment options. I want a summary what I have discussed and what the thing is going on. So entire section, how the Copilot will help us to generate everything for us. So let's see in actions this entire bot.
So I click on home, create a bot, just give the name here, some demo bot just for the demo purpose, click on the create. So it will take a couple of seconds to do all the hard work for us in the backend, and it will create the working dummy bot for us. So we can take the advantage for that and just add our own topics. Yep, so the bot is ready now, right? You can see. So now let's go. I click on topic, and you can see here there are some system and custom generated topic has created here. It's up to us. We want to use, we can use, we can just switch off if we don't use, right? So I just clicked on the new topic. I use create with a Copilot here. So once I click on create a Copilot, it's prompt me a window. I'll just give the sentence. I'll take an example. I want to get a refund from the e-commerce website. So just let it edit here. Let a user get a refund on their order based on an order number, right? And I'll give the intent for this. It's a order refund. That's it. Once I click on create, so it will create a topic for us, and entire the bot structure will also create it in the backend. So as you can see, it's take a couple of seconds, and now my bot structures is almost ready here. You can see it's created, it understand the context and created a phrases when the user is typing. So what are the phrases user can type here? And when the question is asked, it asks for order number, it will ask for a reason and send a message back. So let's see in action how it's working. Okay, I want to return a product. I click here. So what's the order number? I'll give some dummy number for me as it's not validating at this moment. So 1, 2, 3, 4 reason. I'll just say, okay, faulty product. So now you can see, so response has came up, right? We have received your request for a refund order number this, you will review this shortly. That's great, we got this one. Now let's see another thing in actions. I'll click again in the edit Copilot. I'll edit one more sentence here, need to check, okay, the payment methods, right? I just edit here. The questions asking how the refund should be processed, either in original payment or a gift card, click on update, right? As soon as I did, it will append the notes within the chatbot. So it has successfully added. If I go down, so you can see this questions are added and it's automatically understood. I'm just asking for a choice and then refund processes, right? All those things, it just came up here. Right? So we can, and another things here, right? What the message is coming, we can just delete and add another sections also for that if need to add the refund process. Like once I add it here, I can add send message, or I can use the Copilot. So summarize the response in an adaptive card, right? So whatever the message response is coming, it will summarize and just give me the message back. Yep. Let's wait for a couple of minutes and we'll see. Yep. So once we go down, you can see the message is added and it message having a nice adaptive card is added here. So let's see in actions again. I'll save it, this code, and I reset the context. I'll say I want to return an item. It will ask the order number. I'll give 1, 2, 3, 4. Click on reason. not happy, or we can say faulty product. Right? It's asking again what mode of payment refund should be. Original payment I want, I get a nice summary, right? In action, how it's worked.
This is the way, like how you saw in the with the help of Copilot, virtual agent did everything for us. So it start understanding the content, creating the phrases for us, which we can start use. Entire like what the actions, flow of actions also, it start coming up. So it's quite useful. So we can just take a look and start enhancing, start connecting with other systems also on top of that, what features we have at this moment. Right. So let's see as the last demo with respect to the AI builder also, right, which is the come under that suite itself.
In action, how it's worked.
Right. So here, what the examples I'm going to take it up. So this is the AI builder features. So basically, what's the cognitive service and Azure Open AI services which is using. So one of the example we'll take as a summarizations. Right, when the long mail is coming and a customer is sending an email with a long text and which is not readable and quite understandable at very quickly, we'll use these features and it will give us back as a summary. Okay, that will help us to understand what the intent for that one. So how it works in the backend, right? Let's see this feature itself.
Preview feature of the Power Automate here, and came back to the AI builder. Click on the explore. We can see all the models which has this new. It's came up here. So now let's take a text generation, like it's in preview mode. So once I click on text generations in the template, we can see a lot of AI features. I select on summarize text, and once I click on summarize text, so let's see, the objective is like when we received an email, how the email we can summarize it, right? So let's see, I'll just take some of the email content. I'll just add it here. Yeah, there is just some email claims. I need to return some items, which is not good. Some order number. We'll see, test it out, how it's look like. Right. So yeah, so it's pretty good, right? Instead of this one, we'll just get a summary, how it's look like, the sections. So let's see if we need to add more summarized way. So I need to generate a response in format, order number, and summary. Let's test it out. So once I click on the generate response, you can see it's pretty much more order number, summary, and all this. Now let's use this model and use it into the flow, how it's look like, right? So it will do all the hard work for us and come back on the flow. So yep, you can see here, it's just adding all the connections. I just click it. Yep, so we can see, right, entire flow, it's get created, going for approvals and then conditions based on approve or not, it will trigger an email to the respective persons. Now, let's see, this is the GPT which is used. It's a create prompt, right? So there's no need to go to the AI builders and template sections. We can check it out from here itself. If I go here and just check it out, this one, the same format we can receive here itself, right? So from within a flow itself, we can check it out. No need to go outside the window, how what the response is going to come back, right? Orders, numbers, and the sum is pretty cool, right? Yep. So yep, that's all.
Yeah. So this is how the AI builder also help us. So those what's the Azure OpenAI services is available at this moment. I showcase as a summarization. So other services also exist here, which we can start leveraging and start using those ones, right? Yep. So at the last of this like session, so we'll see here. So how this AI features is coming, what's the journey, right? You can see this entire the roadmap. It's not like started today itself. Just SharePoint, for the 2019. How the AI builder has started, then the 2021, the new features has started appearing into the Power App and the Power BI 22 and 23 now. So in all the platforms stack what we have, Copilot is keep infusing the AI capabilities, right? And going forward, it will start appearing. At this moment is in preview. Yeah, but you can start using those features, just create your own trial environment, take a look how it works, give the feedback over the site itself. Yep. Yeah. So that's all from my sides. Thank you.
Thank you for the session. Now we are having a small tea break and snack break, and then we can gather here. Can you display the agenda once? So we'll have two parallel sessions going on. One will be here and one will be in the ground floor. We'll guide you through the ground floor to the meeting room. So it's 10:50, so let's have a 20 minutes break. The tea breakout area is just behind you. Please have some tea and snacks. And as per your interest, you can look for the sessions and come back here, or some of you can also go in the ground floor. Thank you.
Yeah, you can tag hash ppblr and again hash m3c5blr. Yeah, Twitter or LinkedIn or your Facebook, wherever you're sharing your photos with the speakers, any whatever you like, you can share about the event. At the end of day, I can going to share these things to whoever getting more or best feedback. Power Platform, Bangalore, VLR. You can do whatever the sessions you are attending, you share. After the quiz program, I will come with this and share. A hash ppblr. Yes. Hello. Yeah. PP, Power Platform, right? That's the first two letters. BLR.
Insights. Invaluable, incredibly powerful. When turned into actions, they look to space to help sustain life on Earth.
It's not working. If it is not working here,
बेटा विंडो नहीं आ Sure. Okay, hi everyone. Are you ready to start? Okay, everyone. Hi, everyone has got tea. Ready for the session? Okay, looks like the tea wasn't great. It was? Do you hear it? No? Low? Very low? Now is it better? It has to be better, not okay. Better now? All right, okay. So, hello everyone. Good morning and welcome to Power Platform Connect. And we are here to showcase our demo on Empower Your Power Platform Solutions with OpenAI. Okay. So, just quickly wanted to check how many of you have worked with OpenAI or Azure OpenAI. Echo? Hand mic. Hello, better now? Okay. I guess the hand mics are better than the collar mics. Okay. Okay. So just wanted to check like how many of you have worked with OpenAI or Azure OpenAI? Maybe just raise your hands. That will just make me easy to understand the audience. Okay. Just one person? No one else? Okay. 2, 3, 4. All right. And how many of you are working with Power Platform? Okay. And how many of you have worked with Power Platform plus OpenAI? Okay, so only one person. So that means it makes me a very good session, okay? Because I can tell you anything and you can just rely on me. All right. That's a good audience. All right, so again with that, welcome to our session, which is Empower Your Power Platform Solutions with OpenAI. Okay, so OpenAI is quite a buzzing word right now. I think at this moment in the industry, there are only two buzzing words, OpenAI and Copilot, right? So what we are going to do in this session, we are going to understand what is meant by OpenAI, what is meant by Azure OpenAI, how those two things are different, and then how we'll be able to use OpenAI kind of capabilities into Power Platform solutions. All right. So this is our agenda. We are going to talk about OpenAI as well as Azure OpenAI. What is the difference between these two and when we should use which one? Then we are going to leverage those OpenAI into Power Platform using something called as custom connector. How many of you have worked with custom connectors? Okay, again, same person. Okay, so at least these are the 5 person that I need to be aware with. Otherwise, I can talk on anything. All right. So again, after that, we are going to discuss about how we can integrate Azure OpenAI with Power Apps, Power Platform, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agent. That means bot. And then again, I do have got few real-world use cases that you can use with OpenAI using Power Platform. So even though, for example, if you are working in SharePoint kind of things, we will see how you can generate the text or maybe generate documents or images into your SharePoint platform as well using OpenAI. All right, so that was the agenda that we are going to cover. And myself, Nandadeep Nathan, I'm from Pune. I got 18 years of experience. So just by looking at me, you can realize that I started working at age of 5. Okay. So I'm Microsoft MVP as well as Microsoft Certified Trainer, author of these 3 books that you see onto the screen. Probably I can get away from here. So these are the 3 books that I have authored, including SharePoint Framework, SharePoint Hybrid with SharePoint 2019, as well as with Viva Connections. And these are few of the social media handlers. If in case you want to get in touch with me on Twitter or LinkedIn, feel free to do that. Again, all of my videos are available onto my YouTube channel. If you are interested, go ahead, subscribe. At the same time, also we run the Pune Tech community. The link is at the down. So if in case you are interested to attend the events with us at Pune as well as online, go ahead and do that. And with me today is Smita.
Hello all, good morning. Myself Smita Nachand. I am from Pune, India. I am having total 15 years of experience in M365 technology. I am a Microsoft MVP. Apart from that, I am a Microsoft certified trainer. I am author of 2 books, and these are some of my social handlers by which you can just get in touch with me. And today I am here to show you the real-time, some of the cool demos.
All right, so with that, let's get started, and we will start our discussion with what is OpenAI. So everyone aware of what is OpenAI? No? All right, good. So at least everyone must be knowing Elon Musk, right? So he started or maybe collaborated with other people to start this OpenAI. So OpenAI is nothing but the artificial intelligence non-profit research company based in US, and their main intention is to make this AI available to everyone. So what is meant by making AI available to everyone? Like earlier, even before that, there was AI, but everyone was creating their own models. Everyone is used to work with their own models. So there wasn't any uniformity into that, right? So this OpenAI bring in that uniformity so that you can create the models based on the standards which are set by OpenAI, and then you can use those models all across your application. So be it Power Platform, be it SharePoint, be it Microsoft Teams, or any of the other applications outside of Microsoft territory as well. So if you are using OpenAI, that means you are kind of aligned to using those models, maybe GPT-3, GPT-4, ADA, those kind of models that you must have heard of. And then from there, you will be able to create your own models, and then you will be able to use that in your applications very asynchronously. So what are the major capabilities that are provided by this OpenAI? Like first thing is it can generate natural languages. So generating a natural language, that means it can go ahead, create the text for you. So what happens usually is that when we create OpenAI, we're going to show that how we can go ahead create the at least Azure OpenAI. So there are 2 things which are very much prominent, like how you are asking the questions to OpenAI and how OpenAI responds you back. So first thing there is the prompt. Whenever you're asking something to the OpenAI, it is called as prompt. Whenever you get something, some kind of a response from OpenAI, which is nothing but a completion, right? So there are 2 major things that you need to always consider working with OpenAI is your prompt and then again your completion. So based on the prompt and completion, you will be charged from the Azure side of it to go ahead and using those services. So whenever it comes to generating the natural languages, obviously, first thing that it can help with the chat completion. So that means you ask some question, you get the answer, right? Don't ask the exam questions to your chat GPT, probably that might not give you the correct answer, right? So first thing is chat completions, ask something, get the result. Second thing is, again, it can help you do embedding. So embedding, that means you need to look out for some kind of a search, or maybe you need to index your data so that you will be able to retrieve the data very much faster. Because it is not just about working with the LLM, large language models. Large language models, that means the data which is available onto the internet that everyone can search. But again, we as a human go for the keyword search. Okay, so for example, if you search my name, it will just display the results onto the Google or maybe onto Bing, where my name appears. But when you go for OpenAI search, it is not the keyword driven search. It is natural language processing kind of a thing. So it doesn't only just give the result based on your keyword, but it is kind of a very much semantic search. Okay, so semantic and all those things that you will be hearing throughout this session, wherein not just the keyword search, but the related context results can be driven by the OpenAI. So that is something about generating the natural language. Second thing is generating the code. Okay, so how many of you are developer here? Okay, right. So if in case you stuck somewhere, just ask OpenAI, he will write the code for you. Okay, so sorry. Yeah, it can deliver the projects as well, but it will not guarantee that it will go to production. Okay, so yeah, you can generate the codes, but again, yeah, I will say that most of the time it is almost correct, but it is not entirely correct. So maybe up to 70 or 80% it can give you the correct examples at least. At the same time, again, it can give you some kind of references which you can go ahead, start using, and then start developing your code. So if in case you are very much from the developer side of view, in that case, I will say OpenAI has got integration with GitHub as well. So then we have got GitHub Copilot. Okay, so wherein you can integrate that as a plugin inside of your Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code, and it can help you generate the code based on the code that you have written. So if you have written the bad code previously, you are going to get back the same result. Okay, so the seeds that you have built in, that is the one that going to grow there. Okay, so if in case it can look through all of the repositories which are available publicly onto the internet, and it can help you generate the code. So let's say, for example, you get the simple kind of a thing. Okay, I want to add 2 numbers. It can go ahead and give you the function, maybe based in PowerShell, JavaScript, TypeScript, or any kind of a language. It supports almost 17 languages as of now. So it can give you the result in those 17 languages. Okay, but again, it is just that you need to trust the other developers. The code that they have written, it is the code that you are going to get. So, but yeah, it can help you generate the code. At the same time, you must have been working on the maintenance kind of a project, right? So someone has written the code, and then now that you are responsible for their code. Okay, so I feel very pity for those people who have to maintain the previous people's code. If in case they are the nicest people on the earth, they might write some commenting, they might create some documentation that might be outdated, but at least there will be some documentation to refer. But with this generating the code kind of capabilities, you can give that code to OpenAI, and it can help you explain the code. Okay, but again, there is a disclaimer here that don't put your production ready code into that, because it is OpenAI. So your code will be open to everyone. You might have heard of those incidents happened into the past, that some of the production code got leaked onto the internet because of this. Okay, so but still it can go ahead and help you generate the code as well as analyze the code which was written previously. Third thing is it can help you generate the images, because one thing that everyone faces the challenge with images, that the authenticity of images, or maybe the copyrights that someone has got onto those images. So in this case, if in case you are looking out for the images that you can use for your usage, go ahead and start using DALL-E kind of models, which we are also going to show, to generate those images. So it can generate the images, it can alter the images, all those capabilities are available. Again, for example, if you are looking out for the images which are out of this world, no one has clicked those images, you can ask OpenAI to generate those images as well. And we do have AI demo on that. So maybe just think of any kind of a scenario that you want to see, and on that we will be able to generate the images. Okay, all right. So that is what is OpenAI. Now that let us talk about the artificial intelligence framework that we have got from the Microsoft side of it, because OpenAI is open to everyone. Microsoft got into partnership with OpenAI, and now that we have got Microsoft OpenAI, or this Azure OpenAI. Okay, so this is the kind of a framework that we have got built in mostly for the Azure AI. So we have got ML platform, machine learning platform, that you can see at the below here, which includes the Azure machine learning. So how many of you are working in Python, or maybe create your own AI kind of models? No one? Okay, there is one. Okay, so if in case you are aware, you can create your own kind of models using Python, through which you will be able to deploy those models and start using those. So if in case you are a core developer, or maybe you want to something on your own by customizing for your image for your customers, in that case you can go ahead and start using this Azure machine learning. Otherwise, there are cognitive services available from Microsoft Azure, which includes vision, speech, language, decision. And in the same place, we have got this Azure OpenAI service. So for example, when you will heard of Azure OpenAI service, it is nothing but the cognitive service which is available. So cognitive service is again kind of an APIs which are made available to you from Microsoft, that you can go ahead and start using directly into your applications. So let's say, for example, you got one image, you want to know what are the objects in that images, you want to count them, or maybe you want to know any kind of a celebrity or anything in that image, you can go ahead and directly start using those vision services. At the same time, for example, if you are working for a customer, understand his language, you can go ahead and use the language services as well. So those are the cognitive services. And on top of that, we have got another level called as applied AI services. So this layer will help you to have the more integration with the below layers, so that you can go ahead at least use this bot services, cognitive search, so that you don't need to write your own and directly go ahead, use those services from Microsoft, and you can build your applications. And then coming to our session on like how you can use this into Power Platform. So this is maybe a more interest to you since you are coming from the Power Platform background. So you will be able to use those AI Builder kind of capabilities underneath, which is running on the applied AI services. And then you can use those for Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agents, all those kind of thing. And again, on top of that, all those applications can be used across Microsoft 365 or Dynamics 365, as well as any kind of a partner solution which are being built by your business users, right? So this is kind of a stack. If in case you have got any questions, feel free to ask, but this is the entire stack of the applied AI services available from Microsoft. And then we are going to just talk about the first and second layer. But down the below, there are these three layers which are working into the background, all right? So I hope that set the context. Now that quickly come to the Azure OpenAI, right? So the question is like, when there was OpenAI, why we have Azure OpenAI, right? Yeah, all right. So the question is like, when we had the OpenAI, why we have got Azure OpenAI? So the only thing that OpenAI is open. So that means whenever you are making any interaction with the OpenAI, obviously your data or the interaction or the prompt that you are giving to the OpenAI, those are going to be public one. And then again, they can process your data as well. On top of that, Microsoft gives you more security as well as compliance features on top of the OpenAI. And that's the reason we have got Azure OpenAI, so that there will be a data boundary set for your data, and then your data will not go beyond that boundary, so that at least you will have the governance as well as some control over data, where it can flow and what can be processed by the OpenAI, right? So that's the reason we have got this Azure OpenAI. So again, as I said, Microsoft has got in partnership with OpenAI to go ahead and give this offering to their customers. So here on the screen that you can see that these are the four major offerings that we have got for Azure OpenAI and Microsoft. The first one is GPT-3, as well as even GPT-4 is coming right now, still in kind of a preview thing. But with GPT-3, you can just have some kind of your prompt and you get the response, which is your completion. So whenever you are thinking of having a connect with OpenAI, you need to design your prompt. So prompt is your questions that you are going to ask to the OpenAI, and then you are going to get the response back, which is your completion. Okay, so that is GPT-3. Second thing is Codex. So for the coding part, wherein you need to understand any of the code, or whenever you want to generate any of the code from OpenAI, you are going to use Codex. Then we have got DALL-E kind of a model, wherein you want some image to be generated. So it may be a visionary image, or maybe it could be a fictionary image. So in that case, you can go ahead and give that prompt to OpenAI, and it can help you generate the image. So here you can see on the screen that there was a prompt to generate CME cat, and then we got the response. Again, we are going to see like how we are going to use this DALL-E kind of a model into Power Platform, right? And then lastly, we have got this Chat GPT, which is a normal feature which is being used by everyone. You ask the question, you get the response back, right? So these are the four things which are in collaboration with OpenAI, which are being released by Microsoft. And with that, we are going to see, like, we just talked more about in a theory, how we can do that. But now that we are going to see in practice, how we can go ahead and start creating those OpenAI. So Smita will walk you through the demo on this. But quickly, like, this is the URL. Just make a note of this URL. So this Azure OpenAI is not free for everyone to use. You need to request access by going to this URL, fill out the form, and then you will be able to get access to the Azure OpenAI.
Okay, so now with that, we will consider like whoever is not familiar with this Azure OpenAI, they also got a background of it. So theory part is already clear. So let's go and check for this demo. So for this Azure OpenAI service that's available inside Azure portal, just give us a moment. We have to do the setup. Yeah. So to create this Azure OpenAI service, first you have to go to this Azure portal, that is the portal.azure.com. Once you open here, then you have to click on the create a resource. Once you are here, then you have to search for OpenAI or Azure OpenAI. We have already created the one for the demonstration purpose, but I would like to show you how you can just create over here, because all your pricing and everything depends here only. So this is the marketplace. In the marketplace, you will able to see this card Azure OpenAI. Once you open that card, then you have to go with some of the wizard, and the wizard is having all the details. So once you click on the create button, it will ask some of the inputs from you. Like the first one is the subscription. So the subscription you have to select. Then you have to select the resource group. So if you have any existing resource group, you can select that one. If you want to create a new one, then there is a link to create a new one. So from here, you can just create a new one also. Then the main important part is for the instance details. So there is a region. So while selecting this one, you have to make sure what exactly the region you are going to define over here, because all of the features of this Azure OpenAI is not available with each and every region. So they are available with these specific regions only. So in our case, we are going to use a Dolly. That's we are going to use it for the image creation and image alteration. For that purpose, I'm going to select this East US because the Dolly is available with the East US and East US 2. So let me select that. Then you have to provide some of the name. So I will just select one random name and then the pricing tiers. So before selecting any of the pricing tiers from here, we will suggest that please go over here, and from here you can just check for the pricing tiers. So over here you will get a pricing tiers overview. So region we have selected as a East US, and then the currency you can just calculate as per your country. So in my case I will take as a Indian rupees. Then whenever we are creating this Azure OpenAI service, in the background we are creating this language model. So language models will get automatically created. So what that exactly contains, so if you want to perform anything related to the text, then in that case you can just deal with this GPT 3.5. And if you want to deal with some of the text as well as the images, then you can just go for the GPT-4. So over here, the models variants are available over here. Then there is a context, and then there is a prompt and a completion. So let me explain you in the normal language what exactly the prompt. So for example, prompt, that means the user is asking, how are you? So let's consider these are the keywords, and one keyword as a one prompt. So as per that, it will cost you for the one prompt, one keyword is the costing is this one. And once the user will get a reply, hey, hi, I am fine. How are you doing? So let's consider randomly, it's like 8 or 10 tokens. So as per that per token, you will get a pricing details over here. Then if you want to use a Dolly, so Dolly is for this creation of the image, or if you want to alter image, then you can just have the pricing tiers available over here. So for the per 100 images, the price is this one. And then we have an embedding model ADA, which is a really very fast, but they are having some of the restrictions also. So over here, you can see what are the pricing details available over here. Okay. So once you are happy with this pricing tiers, then you can just select the details over here, because whatever this decision you are going to take here, your customer is going to charge on it. So the next thing is, once you have all the details available over here, you have to select the type. So the type you can just define, it might be for the all network, for the selected networks, or you can just disabled also. If they are the disabled, then you have to create your custom endpoints. So I will just keep this one, and then some of the tags you can just create. For the tags, you can just, for example, name and value. It is related to the HR, it is related to the finance. And then once you are done with that, then you can just go the next, and you can just create and review it. So I will not waste the time over here to create this one, because again it will take a time. So instead of that, I will just go over here. There is already one we have created, and over here you can see this one is already created, and some of the basic details are available over here. So what is the status is active, then you can see what is the region we have selected, it's for the East US, and then you can see the pricing tier we have selected as a standard. So as per that, it will get us charged. And then we have an endpoint. So endpoint, we are going to deal with the REST API, and there are some of these keys and endpoints are also available over here. Okay, so this about all how we can just create this one about this Azure OpenAI service. Yeah. So let me go to this next part. And now let's see how we can just using this Azure OpenAI chat completion API with the Power API, how we can just consume this one. So it's nothing but in a general kind of a bot where you are going to have some kind of an interaction. So first let's go in a demo and let's see how we can just going to create it. So for that purpose, now you can see it is just, there is a link, go to Azure OpenAI Studio. Once you clicked on this, it will take you to the entire new portal. You can see the link over here, azureopenai.azure.com. So over here, you can see there are the deployments, there are the models. So once we come over here in the models, the one thing you have to observe that whatever the region you are going to select, as per that, it is going to display a list of all these models associated with that. So for example, my model is GPT 3.5, then GPT 4, and there is ADA is also available. And also you can see that is a deployable is the yes. So what is exactly happening over here? First, you have to select your model. Once you select your model, then you have to do the deployment, and the deployments will be available over here. And then you can just test in a playground. So before going for any of the code level implementation and thinking for the production, so there are the 3 steps, basic steps you have to follow. The first one, you have to select the models as per your requirement. Once you select the model, then you can just deploy it. And once the deployment is done, then you can just go to that deployment, open in the playground, and you can just play with it. And once you're happy, then you can just start the implementation in your language, whatever the curl or whatever the language you are going to select. So we have already done this deployment because deployment takes almost 7 to 10 minutes and we don't want to waste the time. So deployment is already done. So let me go over here. So you can just open in a playground or you can just click on the chat. Both these options will take you at the same place only. So now let's see over here for our model, there is the assistant setup, there is a chat session, and there are the configuration. So let's go one by one. So what is this? This is all about the system message. So for example, if you want to restrict your user, so not a user but a model or a bot, that they should respond to whatever the user is asking for some of the predefined data. So in that case, you can just click over here and you can just add some of the files over from here. So you will get answers on particular data only. But for this demo, we will keep it as a system message only. And then over here, you can see the specify how that chat should act, and you can just select the templates. So whatever the templates are available over here. So over here, use a template to get started, and there are some of the templates available. So one of the template Xbox we are going to use in our next demo. So I will keep it a blank over here, and this is about the system message. So system message is nothing but the behavior of the bot. And all the places you can see whenever there is an eye icon, you get some of the information. So information is already provided over here that give the model instruction about how it should behave. So that is the behavior of this bot. This is the behavior of this model. So in our case, let's say I will say you are an AI chef. Okay, so that helps to people or write some of the yummy recipes. Okay, just forget about the spelling. So over here, there is an example also. So you can just add an example. So once you clicked on that example, then there is a user and assistant. So in a simple word, user, that means what exactly the question will be there, what exactly the user is expecting the questions. And over here in the assistant, what will be the reply over here. So for example, in a user example, I'm just typing that how to make a rice. And then over here, let me do it for you. How to prepare raw rice. And then in assistant, we are just mentioning the details. Okay. You need water, raw rice, and all other details. So with that, you can just add some of the examples over here. So this is all about this assistant setup. And then once it is done, then you can just see how this interaction is happening with this chat session. So over here, it is mentioned that test your assistant by sending the queries below, then adjust your assistant setup to improve the assistant responses. So still we are in playground. Once you are happy, then you can just go ahead and you can add it in your programming languages. So everyone likes cheat food, diet, or no one is on dieting. So let's ask that how to create a pizza, because everyone likes the pizza, at least on Sunday. How to create a pizza? And now there is AI assistance is there, and your model has provided all the details. So what are the ingredients you need, and all the instructions are provided over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's see for the configuration part. So over here, this is the deployment name we have provided, and see what are the parameters available. So this is the max response 800, that is means the calculation of the tokens. So set a limit of the number of the tokens per model response. You can do it as per your business requirement. Then over here, we have a temperature. So what is exactly the temperature that considers randomness? So what we will suggest, if you have a high temperature, then you will get all the unrealistic answers only. So in that case, we will suggest that go with this lowest temperature. The same thing with top P also. So it's something related to this temperature only. So you can just keep this minimal. Okay. So that is the thing you can just provide over here in this configuration in the parameter pass. And then once you are done with all these things, then you can just see how that code look like. So for that purpose, you have to click on that raw code, and then it will go you this sample code details. And this sample code details we are going to use in a Power App connector. So over here you can see there is a Python, there is a C#, JSON and curl. So use the whatever language you like, and over here you can clearly see there are the API version, then there is the REST API endpoint and some of the keys. So this we are going to use it from the resource group that we have created. This is the message body that we are going to send, and there are some of the extra parameters, and the endpoint and keys are there. Yeah, so over here, it's all these details available. So now let's see how we can go ahead and how we can create that custom connector. I'm unable to go to the PPT. Yeah, so before creating any custom connector, first we would like to show you how does it work. So we already have this Azure OpenAI chat completion API. Then we are going to Power Automate. We are going to connect one custom connector. We are going to utilize that in a Power Apps. So let's go into the demo and let's see how we can just achieve that one. To create a custom connector, first you have to go over here. You have to navigate to the make.powerautomate.com. It will take you to the Power Automate portal, and then from here you can just click on the more. There will be the data available, and from the data discover all, you can just select your custom connector. So we have already created one custom connector, but still we will show you how you can just create your new custom connector. So today we are going to use this one, Azure OpenAI services, that's already available on the GitHub, that is developed by some of the other community members. But once you click on this new custom connector, you will see all of the options available: create from a blank, create from the Azure service preview, import and API, open API file, and all are the options available over here. So let me quickly go over here and just mention import from GitHub. So once you click over here, sorry. So click here to explore this open source repository. So there are two connector types, certified and custom. We are going to use the custom. So once we are over here, you can see the certified and custom. So in our case, we are going to use the custom. And there is this one, Azure OpenAI service. We are going to use this one. So you have to choose a branch. Branch is the master. And then it will give you all the list of available connectors over here. So in our case, that will be the Azure OpenAI service. You can just click on the continue. And then over here, first thing you have to mention about your connector name. As per the business suitable requirement, naming convention, you can follow and provide the details over here. The second thing, you have to upload a connection icon. connector icon. So from here, you can just upload that icon, then some of the description, and then you can just see this host details that is hosted on this openai.azure.com. So from where you can see these details, so available over here in this sample code where we have a playground, and then you have to go to the security. Over here, you can see some of these API keys. So you can just provide a API keys. So the keys we have already showed you, and you can just select over here also. And then you have to provide all these details. And then in the definition, so over here, you can see this person has already created all the methods. So whatever the methods they have already created over here, that's all are available for us for as an action. So once you are happy with all this action, you can just go ahead and you can just create this one using this create connector, and you can just test it over here also. So let me go back to my connector. So over here we have already showed you that how we have created the connector. Okay, so I'm not going to test it from this Power Automate. So let me go to the Power Apps and let me show you over here. So to save our time, we have already created this OpenAI GPT app. And this is nothing but one sarcastic bot we have created, because till the time we all deal with normal bots which are really very nice and giving us all kind of information. So this time we have to just deal with something which is really very sarcastic. So let me ask for some of the question and let's see what is answer. What is HTML stands for? And let's check for the answer. Okay, wow, really changing a question here. Let me think. But HTML stands for highly technical markup language, but definitely something nothing you could just have Google. So it's all about giving us all these sarcastic answers only. For example, how to cook rice. Okay, so it is there again, has given us all the answers really very sarcastic, how you can just do it. So it's all about how you can just get the everything. But now let's go in a demo how exactly the implementation has done. So let me edit this one, this Power Apps, and show you how whatever the things we have, the custom connectors we have added in a Power Automate, how we can just use that, what are the code is actually written in behind. So over here you can see these are the very on the screen we have this label. So over here, once you clicked on the answer me, it is providing you all the answers over here. Then we have a button to get all the responses and show you all the answers. And then we have a text input, so user can provide all the details over here. So this is the screen one, and on that, so on visible, we have added one global variable and we have just set it as a blank. Okay, so let me show you from where you can just add that connector. So over here we have added this our Azure OpenAI service connector, which is we have created in Power Automate. So from here you can just click on the add data, you can just search it from here, and you can just go to the connector from here also. Whatever the connector you have available, you can just choose that one. So let me go back to the code. So over here you can see this is the answer me button, and on the button what exactly we are doing, we are just setting this label text, that is a global variable we have declared. We are just passing that Azure OpenAI service, and then whatever the actions we have available over there, the chat completion, and what are the parameters available over here. This is the deployment ID. So you will take the deployment ID from here. Okay. From here, the deployment ID is available. Okay, so deployment ID is available over here. And then we have this, the second one, you can see what are the parameters you have to show, that is the API version. So the API version is available over here. Okay, and then the role is the system. In the content, we have defined that you are an AI assistant that sarcastically answers the question. That's the reason it is answering you sarcastically. For example, if I change it and if I just mention this politely answer the question, definitely it will give you a really very polite answers. And then this is all about this user message input text box. So the text box we are provided over here on the top of that. Okay. And then once you have getting all these details, then we are passing it to the answers. And that's the reason you are getting that the answers. So it's all about how we can just create your custom connectors and how you can just display it in a bot. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, but don't go ahead and create sarcastic bot for your customers, okay? Until and unless they are not paying you, right? Okay, so with that, let's get to the next part, like how we can use this Azure OpenAI with Power Virtual Agents. Okay, how many of you have built Power Virtual Agents, chatbots? Those are pretty much simple to use, right? Oh, others that haven't yet explored Power Virtual Agents, chatbots? All right. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just quickly go into the demo and I'm going to show you how we can create a Power Virtual Agent. Probably this was the last slide that we had, and then we are mostly going into the demos, right? Okay, so now that let me again go back to the Power Apps and I can walk you through the Power Virtual Agent. Okay, so before that, what I'm going to do is I will again quickly go to the OpenAI service one more time, Azure OpenAI service. And we have seen that we have got chat completion APIs, right? So if in case I go back here, we have got this chat playground wherein we'll be able to create our own system messages as well as if we can add them as add the example, add the user as well as assistant messages. At the same time, for example, if you see here, we have got templates available, which are the templates available from Microsoft based on the common scenarios that you can face across your customers. So here is one of the famous scenario of Xbox. Okay, so this is the scenario which assumes that you are kind of an Xbox customer support agent, and then you are receiving the queries from your customers regarding Xbox. Okay, and then you are going to answer them. So here we get the system message that you are a Xbox customer support agent who does all those things. All right, so those are all of the JD for which you are getting paid for. Okay, so this is the bot's JD. And then we have got the user who is asking some question, and then we are getting that answer back from the assistant. Okay, so this is a simple scenario that we have got. And then if you ask some question here related to Xbox, it is going to answer you. And then once again, you get the answer, click the view code, and this is the code that we are going to use through our custom connectors to go ahead and start using that into our Power Platform applications. So similarly, let me just close this out, and we have got another demo coming up for Power Virtual Agents. For that, I can go into the chatbots. So from the Power Apps portal itself, you can go into the chatbots. From here, you can create your new chatbot. But I'm just going to open up the one that we have created. So this is a bot, which one will help all of the customers of the Xbox to go ahead and answer the questions which are raised from the customers. Okay. So again, this chatbot is designed to use the Azure OpenAI services. But now that here is maybe a conflict of interest, like for example, for those who have worked with the Power Virtual Agent, you must be knowing that everything in the Power Virtual Agent works with topics. Okay, so topics is something like user come with the intention, like what is the intention for which I'm coming to this bot, and I can get the answers. Okay, so these are the intentions that you can see into the topics here. We have got goodbye, greeting, we have got thank you, start over, all those kind of an intention. So based on the user intent, like the question that user wants to ask to this bot, this is the intent with which that user can enter into the discussion with this chatbot, and then he or she can get the answers. Okay, but that is again kind of an topic based or your interest based scenario. But the conflict here is with the OpenAI is like OpenAI is not at all topic based. Okay, so OpenAI is entirely open, and again that one has got support from NLP, natural language processing. So that means OpenAI doesn't assume that this is the intent with which user is coming to that place, but it can just use the natural language processing, understand the user context based on the question which is being asked, and then it can answer. But still we are going for this demo wherein if in case you have got the chatbot set up previously and you want to add the OpenAI capabilities on top of it, how you can do that. So here you can see that I'm into the topics, and we have created one topic called as Xbox. So this is the intent of the user by which that user can go ahead and start talking with this chatbot. So these are the two phrases that you can see here. First one is Xbox, then gaming. So they can start the discussion either by having a keyword of Xbox or maybe a gaming. But again, as I said, this is a intention based. So user can come with the intention, but again, we can take that intention, pass it on as an NLP to the OpenAI, and then OpenAI can give us all the answers. So for that, how we can do that is with the help of Power Automate. Okay, so here you can see that what we are doing is we are asking the question like, what is the what I can help you with your Xbox issue. We can get the entire response from that user, and then we can pass that entire response as a action to our Power Automate, and then from there we can get that, right? So let me just open up the Power Automate, which is running behind the scene for this. Oops, sorry. Intent was to edit that. Okay, so let me edit this. And here again, we are using the same custom connector. So Power Virtual Agent comes with the intention of the question which is being asked by the customer. Then we have got this chat completion API, which is the custom connector that we have used. And again, all of the things that you can see here, like which is the message content, everything is coming from this chat playground. Okay, so this was our system message. So the same thing has been fetched into the Power Virtual Agent. Oh, sorry, here. And then again, this is the user content, assistant content. So that means now that we are making our OpenAI service ready, so that whenever there is any kind of an intent coming for the Xbox or gaming, this OpenAI service will be able to handle that. Okay, and then once we get the response from this OpenAI, we are going to process that response as an answer and then giving it back to the user. Okay, simple scenario. So now that let me just go ahead and start interaction with this bot. I will just say like I need consultation on Xbox. So as soon as we have this keyword called as an Xbox here, so this is the intention or the topic that one will get triggered. You can see a green tick coming here because this is the intention with which user is coming for this discussion with chatbot. So now that it is asking like, how can I help you with the Xbox issue? Okay, so I can just ask like, which Xbox is Best Buy? Okay. Okay, so what it is going to do now is that it is just going to invoke the OpenAI APIs into the background that you should be able to see from here, and then it is going to give us the result. Okay, so now that you can see that this is the result that we have got, but this one is from the OpenAI. If in case you just need to validate that, you can again go back to the Power Automate that was running. So you can see that just 30 seconds ago, this Power Virtual Agent or the Power Virtual Agent has invoked this Power Automate flow. This was the prompt that was set to that, and then this was the result that we have received. Okay, so this one is pretty much simple example. Like if in case there is a need, you can also integrate this Power Virtual Agent for the OpenAI, as well as you can use all those capabilities maybe as an independent into the Power Automate or maybe directly into the Power Virtual Agent. All right. So with that, let me just quickly go to the another demo which we have got for DALL-E. Okay. So how many of you have used DALL-E services? Okay. I just keep asking these questions. I just want to see that you are not sleeping. Okay. So if in case you are not sleeping, just raise your hand, or even if it's fine if you don't raise the hand. All right. So DALL-E is kind of an image generation technique being used by OpenAI, through which you will be able to generate the images. Maybe those are realistic images, or those could be imaginary images. Okay. So again, for that, let me just quickly show you the demo, like how this one is happening, and then I will go into the implementation part of that. So let me just open up this Power Apps that we have got here, which is this DALL-E image generator. Okay. So simple thing here is like we will ask DALL-E to go ahead, generate the images. It can go ahead, generate the image, and we are going to show that onto our Power Apps portal. Okay. That's it. So this is a pretty much simple demo. I will click play here. Anyone has got any creative idea that they want to try it out here? Okay. What do you want to do with Unicorn? Okay. Oh, uniform. Okay. Unicorn, right? Correct? Okay. All right, unicorn enjoying the coffee. Okay, let us go ahead, generate the image. So what happens here is like I will show in details like how this one is happening. But there are two APIs called that goes into the background. First one is to go ahead, generate that image. So when that image is generated, you can see one ID there. I will explain you what is meant by that ID. But you can see that unicorn, right? If you like, you can clap or maybe up to you. Okay, clap will just make you make you not to sleep. Okay, so at least coffee is kind of a refreshing thing. Unicorn is getting refreshed, so even you should get. Anyone else try to want to try something else? Because you must have seen that we had got 164 tokens for which I will be charged just 100 rupees, so I can spend that. So if you have any other ideas, please feel free to go ahead and do that. Okay, so anyone just want to see like what Chandrayaan is doing right now? Yeah. Okay. So again, notice this is this is not a realistic image. Okay. Don't say to anyone that I have shown you like how the Chandrayaan is moving onto the moon. Okay. Otherwise, I will have to move to the next building of ISRO. But okay, now again you can see that this is another image. So this is, you can see that this is what Chandrayaan is doing right now. Okay. All right. So again, Miss, go ahead with any of your imagination, and then from there you will be able to create those images. Okay. So mostly why we use this kind of an images, because whenever we are dealing with the images, mostly we have got issues with the copyrights and everything, right? So for that, if you don't want to fall into those traps, maybe go ahead and try create your own images. Okay. Anyone wants to try anything else, or I can move into the code part? Okay. Oh, sorry. Bank. Okay. Bengaluru, right? Okay, let me just click generate image. But what are you expecting from this? Traffic? Okay. Okay, let us see what AI has got. Oh, there will be more greeneries. Okay. So only thing is like here it is working with some kind of an keywords. Here you can see that Bangalore city. So someone might have posted this photo somewhere onto the internet. It might be using that one as well. Okay. So if in case it doesn't get the related kind of an images, it goes ahead and create a new one. Otherwise, might be someone has posted this with Bangalore city. So it is just using that kind of an images. But okay, but wishing you all the best with green Bangalore for after 10 years. Okay, all right. Okay, so with that, quickly get into the implementation of this, how this one works. Okay, so if I again open up the Azure AI portal, we have got DALL-E preview. Okay, so this is the DALL-E portal wherein, but yeah, it is still in preview. So this is the portal that you can go ahead to create the images. So you can just click on right now. You can generate all those kind of an images, maybe elephant playing cricket on moon, anything that you want to go ahead with. And then once you are happy with this, we have got this view code. Again, same thing. So whenever you will see the code, whenever you will have some kind of an URL to play with, you will be able to use that URL as a custom connector in your Power Platform. Okay, and that is what we are doing here. So one thing, how many of you are aware of Postman? Postman, which is the tool, not the postman which comes to your house to drop the letters. Okay, so this is the tool that we have got. So again, here you can see that we have got this post as an API, which this is the API which is coming from this window itself. So this is the endpoint which I'm using here for the Postman. Okay, and I can give the prompt, I can give the size, and I can give the end. So prompt, that means just the prompt of the image that we want to generate. Size, that means the predefined size of the image that we want to generate, 1024 by 1024, or maybe 526 by 526, all those kind of images. And n, that means the number of images that we want to generate here. Okay, so again, you can get that all the information from here. So this is the prompt, this is the size, and this is the number of images that you want to generate. So this is the first thing that we want to go and do it here, but it will not directly work with the body. Obviously, this is your Azure OpenAI service. Someone is paying for it, so you need to get authenticated. So that authentication happens to header. So here is the API key. Don't note it down. This is my personal API key. Don't use it. Okay. So this is the API key. That API key also you can get from this Azure portal here. So you can just click copy from here, or you can just click view, and you are able to get this API key. So once you get that API key, you will be able to get authenticated to this Azure OpenAI, and then you'll be able to generate the image. So let me just go ahead, click send. So what we are expecting is an image, but again, it doesn't directly go ahead and generate the image. This gives us some kind of an ID. So this is the ID with which the image got generated into the background. Now that we need to get that image, we need to retrieve that image. For that, we have got another API here called as get image. And I'm just simply passing the ID of that image, which was generated in the previous call. And that's it. Again, in the header, same thing, we need to give the API key. And that's it. Once we click send, it should generate the image. Okay, so at least that was the ID that was the prior task. So let me just use this ID. Okay, so here the prompt is elephant is playing cricket on moon or something like that. So let me just go ahead and start using that as an image. Okay. And we can click on send. So now that what you will get with this is not exactly the image, but this is the place where we have got that image. Okay. So this is the URL that you can copy and open in the browser, and then you should be able to see that image. Okay. So whenever there will be any new APIs getting released by OpenAI, just that you need to check those OpenAI APIs by going to the playground. There you will get all of the endpoints, all of the authentication mechanism, and then you will be able to build everything. Okay. So arguably this may not be a cricket, this may be a kind of a baseball with cricket, but okay, elephant is enjoying. All right. Okay, so that was the quick demo. Now that let us see how we can use that inside of Power Apps. So what is the code behind for this? So if you go into the code behind, this is the Power Apps, and we have got just one text input wherein we are asking user to say whatever image that they want to generate. We have got generate image button here. It is not exactly a button, but it is a timer. The reason why it is timer, because there is some time it takes for AI to generate the image. And then once the image is generated, you can use that event to go ahead and show that image. So that image is being shown here. So what happens with this is whenever you click generate image, we have got on select event here. Duration I have specified as a 10 seconds. Maybe just tossing like it might take up to 10 seconds to go ahead and generate this image. And then we have got on select, where is select? Okay, so we have got this on select here. So on this on select, we just have got setting that variable, a local variable called as var response. And then again, there is a custom connector which is running into the background. Even I can show you that custom connector. So there is a custom connector which is not directly available onto the internet, but using this Postman as well, you can generate the custom connector. So how you can do that is we have this collection created. You can just click on these three dots and then you will be able to download that as a JSON file. So there should be an option here to go ahead and download that. Export, okay? So once you export this, this one will be exported as a JSON format, okay? And once you have the JSON format, you can use that JSON format to go ahead and create your connector. So if in case you don't know that, let me just show you that quickly. You can click new custom connector. And here you have got this OpenAI file, okay? So which is nothing but a Swagger file. So even Postman can help you generate those Swagger kind of files. So Swagger file is a simple file which can contain the definition of what your function is doing, as well as if you want to have any kind of a documentation generated for that, it can help you with that, okay? So how many of you like to write a documentation when you are writing any code? Yeah, I was expecting lesser number of hands to rise. Okay, right. So that's okay. So if in case you don't like to do that, this Azure OpenAI file or this Swagger file, you just need to write maybe 1 or 2 sentences, because at least it is good that you are writing a good code. I trust you, good people, but just from the consumer point of view, whenever someone wants to consume your APIs, obviously in that case, they should know what kind of an API someone has written, and then they should be able to relate what kind of an API I should use. So here, this is the same thing. This is a Dolly connector that I have got. I can click on edit, and this is the same thing that Smita had walked you through. This is a host wherein my service is hosted. Again, I can go into the security. Again, this is the API key which we are going to use. And the main thing here is those 2 APIs that we have seen, right? So in the in this Postman, we have seen that we were to use two APIs. First one is to prompt, generate the image, and second one is to get that image. So same thing we are doing here. We have got two actions here. First one is to give the prompt so that we'll be able to get that prompt. Again, the same kind of a thing that we have seen here, all those same APIs. Again, once you are happy with that, second thing is just go ahead, get that image by passing on the ID, okay? So again, here you can parameterize that. You can just pass the image ID, don't hard code that because image ID can be anything based on the image that you want to generate, okay? So this one will be the image ID, and then that's it. Your entire API or this connector is ready, and then you can use that connector into your Power App. So here, for example, if I again go into the data sources, you can see that this is the connector that I'm using. Okay, so the Dolly connector, the one that we had created. Again, if I come back here, so this is a timer that we have got, and onto the click. So whenever someone will click onto that, this is going to go ahead and call my connector dolly.prompt. Prompt is the thing that which we have written here. So for example, this is a prompt. Okay, prompt is our action that we have written. So once we call that prompt, we can just give the preview. Again, you can hand mouse over here and you should be able to see all the documentation. So this is the prompt that we have got. Again, another after this, we have got the API version. We have got this API key. Don't. Chandrayaan 3 passing by. Okay. All right. So again, don't specify API key like this way. This is not a good practice, but this is just for the demonstration purpose. You can specify the API key, and then next thing is like the prompt, the entire prompt into the JSON format, like what is the text input or the prompt that you want to generate the image for. And that means number of images that I told, and size is the size. There are 3 sizes which are supported right now in DOL-E. I don't exactly remember those, but 1024 by 1024 is the greatest size which is available with Dolly. So you can go ahead, use that, and then you will be able to see that as an image. Okay, so that was a simple thing, but effective thing. So because right now you can see that the world is moving fastly towards OpenAI, but at the same time, when you are working on the Power Platform related solutions, obviously also there will be a need to go ahead and start using those OpenAI applications into your Power Platform, right? So this way you will be able to do that. Let me just quickly check what are the remaining things. All right, so the other quick things that I just wanted to show you quickly is how you can create the OpenAI Dolly images with Power Automate. So now that we have seen the Dolly images generation with Azure OpenAI, but if in case you don't have Azure license or probably you want to use the OpenAI directly, you don't want to pay to Microsoft for some reason, but you want to directly go ahead and start using OpenAI. In that case, there is a flexibility. Unfortunately, I don't have demos for that because I already have exhausted all my credit into the OpenAI, but I do have my blogs wherein I have written all the instructions about how you will be able to do that. So just note down this URL. And then somewhere here I have got generate images in SharePoint with OpenAI API. So this is the OpenAI entirely, not Azure OpenAI. So here you can see that this is the OpenAI API Dolly model that we are going to use. We're going to use that into the Power Automate, and then it is just generating some kind of an images. Okay. So for how you can do that is, first thing is you need to go to the OpenAI. I'm not talking about Azure OpenAI, just the OpenAI. So once you go here, once you log in from this platform, you will be able to get authenticated. Let me just continue with Google. And then from here, you should be able to get all of the keys. Okay. So just click on View API Keys, and you can generate your own API key. Okay, so you can create the API key and you will be able to use that API key into our applications. Okay, so just create that API key and then you can simply post everything with this. Like OpenAI again has got its own set of APIs. So here you can see this is not Azure OpenAI but normal OpenAI. Okay, the plain core OpenAI. So here they have got their own services. Again, they do have their playground as well, if in case you are wondering from where everything came. So here somewhere they have got their own playground as well. Or maybe you can just Google for that, the OpenAI playground. And from there, you'll be able to get all those URLs through which you'll be able to invoke those, and then just pass on the prompt, pass on the number of images, pass on the size, and that's it. It will able to generate the images for you. Okay. So again, the same thing that I'm doing with the Power Automate as well. I just have got screenshot here. Unfortunately, since I exhausted my credit, I won't be able to give a live demo. Okay, my next speaker is waiting for me. So until miss before he kicks me out, let me just quickly finish this. Okay. So this is kind of a response that we are going to get. Again, give that response as a parse JSON. Same thing that we are doing into the Power Platform, and then we are going to get all those responses back. And I'm just using the create file kind of an action which is available into the Power Platform to go ahead and create the image in SharePoint with the body of the image that we have received from OpenAI. Okay, so if in case probably for some reason you are limited to just use OpenAI, not Azure OpenAI, in that case as well, you can use this OpenAI integration with Azure platform. All right. So I guess that was the only demo that I just wanted to show. Again, similarly, if you're interested to create test documents, same thing can be done for the test document as well. So again, I will share this blog links with you, because most of the cases, whenever we are dealing with SharePoint, we need to generate some kind of a documents, okay, so that we can use those kind of a test documents so that our index can run on top of it, and then we'll be able to test out our model. So in those cases as well, you can go ahead and use OpenAI. Okay, so OpenAI again has got other REST APIs available, which you can directly go ahead and use. So here you can see that this is a chat completion API. Okay, so one of the text generation API that we have seen previously, but this one is available from API, OpenAI. So api.openai.com and completions. So you can use this completions API. You need to obviously get authorized there by passing on the bearer token. Once you do that, you will get the response. And with that response created, you will be able to again use the SharePoint related activities like create a file, give the file name, give the file content, and that's it. Okay, so you are able to create the documents inside of SharePoint using this. All right. So I guess, yeah, instead of waiting the others for the next session, I will just finish my session here. But again, if in case you have any questions, feel free to get in touch with me. All right. So with that, thank you very much, and I will quickly. Up to you. Custom connector as well is a premium connector. So whenever you are creating a custom connector, obviously it is also a premium connector. So whether you are HTTP is as well a premium connector. So it is kind of the same thing. So either you can go ahead, use those raw APIs in your model, HTTP, or you can create the custom connector. Anyways, it is again a premium. Okay. All right, so with that, quickly, these are our social media handlers one more time. If in case you want to have any discussion further, please go ahead, connect with us, and we'll be more than happy to have the discussion further. All right, with that, thank you very much. You are a lovely audience. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Again, this is the display of two tracks here. Now we are having visualizations from Microsoft Power BI by Pratap Reddy. And down we are running Enable Customer Insights by Prabhu Govindan. So if anybody is interested in going down, request you to move down to the ground floor. We have volunteers who will be helping you out with the location.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Hello. Hi everyone. Hi. 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 I need more from you. Yes, first. Okay. So welcome to Power Platform Connect 2023 Bangalore. Thank you very much the organizer CGI company. So have a great day. Thank you so much. I thought that so this is a weekend. So you guys have so much. I mean much more plans accordingly. So thank you very much those who are joining the today's session. So I would like to move forward. 1 second. Yeah. Today we can discuss about the best visualizations from the Microsoft Power BI. Have you worked on everyone? I mean, how many of you work on Power BI? Oh, that's great. Yeah. Yeah. So looking forward to who I am. So okay. Actually, I'm associate consultant and at Evidian. So I'm working as a data engineer. So I'm also looking for this Power BI aspects as well. And I'm an author, I'm a blogger, I'm a speaker. So I hold the 7x certifications on Azure. So 10 plus on multi-cloud as well. So I hold this much of certifications as well according to the association level. So if you want to connect with me on the LinkedIn, please feel free to scan that QR code. So please feel free to connect with me. So if you have any doubts regarding the latest technologies or Power BI or data engineering, whatever it may be, feel free to explain what I know about you, what the latest technologies and everything. So today, the main agenda I guess focused on this. So what is Power BI? So why Power BI? What is DAX? What is Copilot that will be helpful in the Microsoft Power BI? And Microsoft Fabric, that is the new feature that will be available in right now. And the last thing is the Q&A. Okay, so let's start for the session. Microsoft Power BI. So Power BI is a powerful data visualization and business intelligence tool developed by the Microsoft. I think it's something is meeting. Yeah. Oh, sorry guys. Sorry. Yeah. So Power BI is a powerful data visualization and business intelligence tool that will be developed by the Microsoft. It was very, very fantastic that we are easy to use the Power BI. So we have to create we have some set up the data. We have to extract the data from the various sources. So we have the data from I mean whether it is in different formats like so we have to collect the data. For example, let's see, we have the session on the 9th September. So we have to collect whatever the data, how many participants are there. So we have to collect all the data from here. So we need to represent the data into the visualization form. That is the main agenda the Power BI will look into this. And it helps to gather and analyze present the data from the various sources, visually appealing the understanding there. So we have to gather the information. So whether it will be according to the various sources. First of all, we need to gather the information. Then we can analyze it. We have to represent in the visualization format. So that will Microsoft Power BI will be do. Okay. So the basic building blocks of Power BI. So we have some basic building blocks of Power BI that will be the visualizations, so that will be in the data sets, so that will be on the reports, dashboards and tiles. So, so we have to create the 30,000 plus visualizations in Microsoft Power BI. That was very huge. We have to utilize this opportunity. We have to use this Power BI in the multiple resources. So where we have to use this Microsoft Power BI. So we have the data sets as well, and we have to create the reports in the Microsoft Power BI as well, and we have the dashboards. We have to tiles so maps and so for example we have the different types of tiles in here. So that is the basic tiles that I will show you in front of you in the demo session. And why Power BI? Yes, we have Excel is there, right? In Excel also we have to create some visualizations. Why we need Power BI? That is right. So most of the 60% of the visualizations, in the IT industry, I don't know exactly. So I think it's Power BI will be used because of these features only. So data integration. So let's see. So data integration, we have to go for the multi-cloud. So for example, we have to connect with the multi-cloud. So we have to integrate that features into the Power BI. So we have to there is a end-to-end process. Like we have to connect with the data sources and we have to create the visualizations. That is the one. Okay, that is the data integration part, the data transformation. So for example, we have the set of data, we have to do the transformations, we have to modify the data, we have to everything that will be able to do in the data transformation model and data modeling. So we have to create any relationship between the any two set of the data. For example, let's see, we have the set of the data in the Azure, we have the set of the data in the SQL, we don't have any relation between. So we have to create the relation between the Azure and the SQL. Then we can create the, so for example, we have to grab the data and we have to create the visualization. Basically, without relationship, we cannot able to create the visualization. Okay, after the relationship, we can create the visualizations according to the set of the data. Okay, and interactive visualizations. Yes, so for example, we have the 30 plus visualizations we have to create in the Power BI. So we need to utilize these interactive visualizations accordingly. For example, I have to create the maps, I have to create the graphs, I have to create the tiles, I have to create the whatever the formats in that basic. I mean, that will be happening in the up next. So we have to interact the visualizations and DAX language. That is very, very important DAX languages in the Power BI. That is the data analysis expression and performances. So based on the performance only, we use Power BI as well, and collaboration with the other community. I mean, in Power BI sources. So that is also main thing. And on the cloud integration, yes, that is the main. So for example, the cloud integration is very, very important in this Power BI analysis. So we have some, for example, let's see, I have the OpenAI data in the Microsoft Azure. So I have to connect that OpenAI into the Microsoft Power BI. So in the OpenAI also, I have to, so we have the, previously Nandip already created some models in the DALI, I don't know exactly. So he can explain about the DALI models and everything. So he created some visualizations in the DALI. So I have the subset of the data in the Azure OpenAI. So same data I have to represent in the Power BI. So I have to publish in the Power BI. So we need that cloud integration. So we need that cloud integration only that will be happening. Okay. So these all are the main features in the Power BI. Why we need Power BI? We have to looking into so other technologies. Why we need this Power BI? So these all are the main features of the Power BI. And visualize the data in the Power BI. So this is the only basic part. We have the charts options, so bar graphs and graphs are there, and we have the maps options are there. We have the tables and we have the text. This is the only basic one. So we have. I will show you so how many visualizations we have to create according to the Power BI, your data. Okay, and advantages of Power BI. So we have the real-time information. For example, let's see. We have to we have conducted an event on the real time. So this, we have to grab. I have to grab the information from here. I have to upload the data into the one CSV format or the text format or the Excel format. I have to extract the data and I have to transform the data. I have to load the data and then I can create the visualization. That will be happening in the real-time information also. We have the wide array of data. Yes, we have the wide array of data. So we have to extract the data in the various sources. So that is the wide array of data and the cost saving. So apart from the other visualization tools, this is very, very cost saving platform. And frequent and consistent updates. How many of you know about the Microsoft Fabric? Okay, I will show you. So this is the new new feature that we'll be able to see after the build 2023. Okay, and added functionality with other Microsoft apps. So for example, in the Microsoft the Power BI, we have other functionality like Microsoft 365, Azure, and SharePoint. So we have the other platforms as well, right? So there is a one added functionality with other Microsoft products. So that is very easy. So we have some data. We have to create some data in that platforms as well. So we need to grab the data. We have to visualization. Not only visualization, so we can create multiple sources like that. And power of modern AI. So this Microsoft Fabric is the power of the modern AI that will become. I will show you. I will give you the one YouTube video after the build 2023. They will release the one demo. I will show you. You can have a better understanding that one. And no geographical limits. So there is no limits. So you can create n number of visualizations in this Power BI. And collaboration and sharing. So we have collaborating with different technologies, and we have to collaborate with Microsoft 365. We have to collaborate with cloud, and we have to go through with all the services that will be provided by the Microsoft. We have to create and everything. That is the main advantages of the Microsoft the Power BI. And yeah. So coming to applications, so visualizations. So we have some inbuilt features. We have to create the visualizations. Server level data management. So we have to create that server level data management according to the whatever the management. Let's see management like so whatever features you need to manage your according to your aspects. Okay, analytics with internal software system. So for example, I'm working in the Evident, I have some software, so I have to work according to that software only. So and provide some complex data within the software and apps. So for example, let's see. So at a time, so your clients or your whatever your officers, so you can give me some task according to the complex situations. You have to create that task. For example, let's see, as a CEO, you don't know, you don't have time to read the how much profit, how much loss it was. You don't know how time to, so from last 10 years, I don't know how much time it will take to read the, I have the 10 millions of profit, I have the 10 millions of losses. You don't have time to read it. So that's why you can, the core department has to create some visualizations. So he just tap on the bar graph or pie chart, or so just tap on that in this year. Okay, 2023 I have some profit. 2022 I have some loss. 2021 I have some profit. Like that way we have to use this Power BI as a real-time applications as well. Streamline organization process. Streamline data. For example, it's like streaming analysis like YouTube. Or so we have some streamlined data analysis that we are able to, so like it's running data. So we have to use that running data. So that will be able to create visualizations and visualize the data easily. So that is the main thing that is finally. And what is DAX? So remember one thing. So DAX is a very important like data analysis expression. So you can, this question is helpful for in the 4 o'clock for you. And so we have some set of data like, so for example, data, we have to extract the data, ETL process. So extract, transform, load. That is the acronym word of the ETL. So we have some the databases from the 5 databases. So we have to grab the data into the one set of data into the one database. So and then we can give the data into the Microsoft, enhance the data in the model using DAX. So we have to, for example, we have to give the some DAX commands. We have to give the some. So I need some proper data. So so basically, no one will create the best visualizations without this DAX commands. So according to your project requirements, your client's requirements. So you need this DAX form commands more importantly. And so these all are about, so we have to, the ETL process is very, very important in this DAX as well. And coming to the different types of DAX in Power BI. So we have the aggregated functions like average, sum, we have some mathematical expressions, right? We have to use for the aggregated functions and date and time functions. We have some date and time. So for example, today, so we have to use this today's visualizations aspect. And functional, financial functions. So financial functions use in, so for example, you have some financial data, you need to use that one. So these all are the some different types of DAX command, text functions, mathematical and trig functions, and logical functions like logic. So if you have a logic, so I need this content of data only. So you have to use for the logical commands as well. So you need to use for the DAX commands, logical DAX commands only. So information function, time intelligence function. So we have some different, so not only this one, so we have the huge number of DAX commands. So now we are, Microsoft Power BI keep on updating. So they keep on changing their DAX commands and everything. So these are the only few of this DAX in Power BI. And one more thing is that OneLake. So this is the new concept. So that will be available in Microsoft Power BI. So that is the OneLake. So how many of you know about OneDrive? Everyone know, everyone having the OneDrive. So you have to store the data files and everything in that. So this is the new feature, that is the OneLake platform. So in that, everything will be under the one platform only. So in that, Microsoft Power BI dashboards and data marts and data lakehouses and data warehouses and Microsoft Fabric. These all are under the same lake format, that is Microsoft Fabric this is the OneLake. So it's similar like data drive, Microsoft Drive only. Microsoft Drive, right? Drive and OneLake is the similar to one. So we have to store all the data files here only. And Copilot. So you know about this Microsoft 365, right? So now Microsoft team will introduce the Microsoft Power BI Copilot as well. So we have to enhance our AI capability in the Power BI as well. We have to use the so previously I said that there is some complex situations in the Microsoft Power BI. On that time we have to use the Microsoft Copilot. In 365 we have the inbuilt Copilot as well. We have the Q&A as well. So we need to use that Copilot option in that. And one more thing, yeah, so this is the Microsoft Fabric. Will you? I don't know exactly how many of you know aware of this Microsoft Fabric. This is the next feature of Microsoft Fabric. So that will be every project is able to use this one. So whether it is a data fact, so if you are working on the data factory, you are working in the data engineering, Synapse Analytics and Synapse real-time analytics and Power BI data activator. So you know, all things are under the one lake only. So I already said that. So we have the OneDrive. We have to store some files in the Google Drive. So same that way only. We have the one lake. So these all whatever the files that we are created in the data format in the all the services in data packet format. So we have to store that all formats in the data one lake. So these all are coming from this one. So that's why the Microsoft Fabric is a completely SaaS platform, like it's a analytics platform only. So it will use the software as a solution. So and one more thing is that we have some shortcuts. So we just sign up into the Microsoft Fabric within 5 minutes. So you get the business value. Okay, so that will be very crucial thing that will place up. I think in December in the Microsoft 365 next session will be on the Microsoft Fabric only. And yeah, I said that Microsoft Fabric is a one product, one experience, one architecture. So everything like so previously I said that we have all the data factory, Synapse Analytics, data science, and we have everything under the one lake only. So that's why the one lake comes from the one product, one experience, one architecture. So we can create everything under this complete analytics platform of the Microsoft Fabric. And yeah, Microsoft Fabric is a open data format. So we have the open data formats we have to use for this Microsoft one lake using the data, whatever the storing files we have to use for this one. So we have an open API format service. We have to use that open API application protocol interfaces. We have to multi-cloud info. So we have to integrate it with Microsoft Azure. We have to integrate with Alibaba. We have to integrate with AWS. We have to integrate with Google, GCP, and everything. So that's why Microsoft Fabric is very important aspects of this one lake drive. Okay, and so this is the Microsoft data platform for the era of AI. So this is the new upcoming feature. So complete analytics platform. It is like only complete. So they based on right now it is on the preview version only. It is not comes to the end. And lake centric and open. So we have the common SaaS platform. So software as a solution that will be predict some information. So we can give the software. So we can whatever the data we need to create the visualizations accordingly. Empower every business user deliver the data directly to from the Office application. So we have some application. You can use that way only. AI powered. So we have the Copilot option in the Fabric and the Power BI as well. And let's see. So this is the certification of the Microsoft the Fabric, that is the PL300. You can use this one. And I will go with the demo. Give me 1 second. So I will show you one video. So about the Microsoft Fabric. So there's the right bank option.
Unified governance, security, and compliance is built in for all your data. And with Copilot from Microsoft Fabric, AI helps everyone be more productive. Whether it's writing SQL statements, building reports, or setting up automations based on triggers. Data, all your teams, all in one place. This is Microsoft Fabric.
So, okay. Yeah. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay, so now we have to go for the one simple visualization. So first of all, what we do is this is the interface of the Microsoft Fabric, and this is the Microsoft desktop. And we have to grab the information. We have to go for the ETL process. So just to tap onto the get data. So we have the huge number of data sources from the Excel workbook, Power BI data sets, data workflows, and we have. So we just to grab. I have the Excel workbook. So I just tap on here, and so I have some financial sample. So one thing we have to do is, first of all, we have to extract data. I just extract the data, and then so the extracted data will be in the form of financial sheet and sheet 1. So now what I can do is after the extraction, I can move for the transform data. So that is the ETL form. The second thing is T. I mean that is the transform the data. So in that you can modify the whatever the data you have. You just modify the data. You have any null values, you have to remove that one. So you need the one sort of the data. You just go through this one, and so this all once you don't have any queries related to the transform the data. You just apply for the close and apply. So once you close and apply, you just reload it as a load, and then okay, fine. So now whatever the data I have extracted, that will be appearing here. So now what I have to create some visualizations. So previously we had talked about some visualizations, right? So we have the stacked bar graph. So we have the bar graphs as well. We have the line chart. So we have the area chart. So like that way. And also we have some pie chart. We have some donut graphs. So we have maps as well. We have the gauze. We have the card, and we have the multi-card, and so we have some basic visualization concepts, and I have to create some. Okay, I have to go for the Microsoft. Okay, I just drag this one, so I can give the segment part in the legend, and sales. Yeah, second sales in this values. Okay, so this will be like that, and then I can go for the maps. I just tap on here. So I have the countries as well. Second. Yeah. So same thing will be on this one. So I can go for the next thing is that I just go for the donut graph as well. So just tap on here. So just go for the. So I just give the segments in the legends, and profit in values. So this is the thing. So I just go for the simple card. I mean single card. I just tap on here. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this one. So I just go for the card. So in the card we have to see only the single aspects of the data. For example, I have to see the how much profit it was. I just tap on to the here. Let's see. I just tap on to the one part of the data. It will be changed accordingly. Whatever the data. So this is how it will be looks like. And 1 second, I will add some more data. I can add the slicer for the filtering the data and everything. Okay. I just add here. So I can add month and year. Okay, so I just tap on to the April month, how much profit, sum of the profit that will be appear here. So in the December, I just tap on to the December, that will be appearing 2.72 million, the sum of the profit that will be available here. So everything that will be used accordingly. So I can add one more data, and then we can publish this data. Okay, so just to go for this graph, I just tap onto the gross sales and profit. So like this way. So this is how we can create n number of. This single set of the data is called a tile. So we have to create according to this. So for example, we have to tap on the whatever the data. So these all are, every data will be related to each of the data. So for example, this is the maps. So I have to tap on to the France. So the data belongs to the France, that will be reflected here. So for like that way, so I have to tap on the April. So like that way, that will be change the data in the visualization format, that will be changed accordingly. And so once we have to, so we have the lots of information in the, so it will not, it doesn't take, it will take lots of time to explain about it. So previously I said that we have the Copilot option in the Power BI. So you just, once you create, I mean, whatever the data, so for example, I just to add the some theme to this one, and then I can, so I just added theme this one. And now I just come back to home. So we have the quick measure option. So in the quick measure option, we can give some, so there is an option called suggestions with the Copilot. You just go through the signing option, you just to sign and turn on your Q&A. So for example, if you are working in a Microsoft partner company, you are able to use this opportunity. So you can use the Microsoft, the Power BI, and this Copilot will help you in the critical situation of the creating the analysis situations. You just tap onto this one Q&A. So it will take some time. So recently it is not enabled. So today I think it was surprised it was working. So in the Q&A also, you just do calculations of what if you want to select for the average for the category, whatever the calculations you can do according to the calculations. So the Copilot option is once the Copilot option is user friendly to everyone. So it is very convenient for every user that we are able to visualize the data in the different, gather the information from the different sources. So then it will be very plays a crucial thing in the Copilot. So I will show you, so once I have to publish this data. So, okay, I just want to save this data. Okay, 1 second. So I have already some my Microsoft Power BI workspace. So in the demo one, I just store this data. Okay, let's see. Okay, 1 second. So I just publish the data. So now I can move for the Microsoft fabric.microsoft.com. So this is the URL also changed right now. So this one will be this belongs to Power BI. So we have the few more options called Data Factory. I already showed that one picture. In that we have the Power BI, Data Factory, Data Engineering, and Data Science, Data Warehouses, and Real-Time Analysis. So that everything that will be belongs to Microsoft Fabric only. So in that I have uploaded one data that is in the demo part. So I just tap on to the demo. So I have n number of the demos. So today I think, yeah, I just created this one. So you just tap on to whatever the data. So it is very easy to use this Microsoft Fabric. It was in preview version. Once the preview version, once the complete version is coming to the user, end-to-end process. So it was very, easy to use. For example, we have to gather the data in within the 2 to 3 minutes. We can get the business value in the customer analysis. So whatever the data I have created in the Power BI, so that will be moved to this fabric.com. So that is Microsoft Power BI that will be available in the app.fabric.com. Okay, so this is about the Power BI. So we have the few more options. That is Data Factory. So in the Data Factory, we have the few more options. So are you, if you are working in, yeah. Sorry? Excuse me. Mike, you can give me the.
In the previous screen, you selected one data filter, say based on the country or something like that.
Sorry, I can't hear you properly.
In the previous screen,
yeah,
you selected the data based on the filter, so, and the data changed.
Yeah.
So can we have a multiple filters? Say, see, at one moment you selected the country, say France. Then all the records of the France are changed.
Yes.
And then there is some other sales figures on the based on the date.
Yeah.
Say April month or
yeah.
So multiple filters can be applied at the same time.
Yeah, 1 second, I will tell you. So you can upload the n number of data. So we have the option called, we have the page 1. So page 2. So you have to tap onto the, 1 second. tap onto the page 1, page 2, we have to create, tell me, like that only, right? So we have to create the n number. So for example, we have some set of the data. You can create, I am created only basic concept. You can create according to your data only. So for example,
I mean to say in the single dashboard, can we have a multiple filters?
yeah, up to, so the tile will be very consistent, right? You can create only up to some 10 to 15 data set of data only. Visualizations only you can create up to. So I too don't know exactly how much, how many tiles we have to create within the one page. I don't know exactly. That's why they given the option called, we have some create the more pages in the Power BI. So in the single set of the data, we cannot create n number of data. So n number of data create by using this page 1, page 2, page 3. We have to create like that way. So, but whatever the data you have to create in these pages, everything you have to publish it. That will be available in the Fabric. Okay. So in the single place, that is not possible, right? So we have to. But the data, you have to extract the data in the, whether it is a big data, metadata, whatever the data, that will be analyze the Power BI, that will give the business value. That is possible, but we cannot create the multiple visualizations like we have. So this much of tiles we cannot create. This much of tiles we cannot create in a single time. We can concise only 10 to 15 visualizations, but more than that, I think that is not possible. So that's why we can create the multiple pages. We can create some set of the data. So once we have to save the data and then we can publish it. That will be available for everyone.
And this Power BI desktop is a desktop applications connecting to the cloud, or how it is?
Sorry.
This
Cloud.
Power BI is a desktop. It's a desktop app connected to the Azure cloud, or how it is?
So we can connect multiple clouds, Azure and SQLs as well. And so we have those options right here. In the get data, we have these all are the sources of the data. We can connect all the data from this. So we have the more option. You can see, let's see. We have the file format like a TXT format, Excel format, and we have the files format. So we have the databases. So we have the databases. So we have the Microsoft Fabric, that is the one lake. So that will be available. And Cloud Platform also that will be available. Azure, so you said that a cloud, right? So Azure also that will be integrated here. Because the Microsoft product is Azure, that's why that will be integrated. So let's see. I don't know exactly. Hope in the future we can integrate it with some other multi-cloud as well, and we have some other services as well. So that is right now we have these features as well. So it's keep on updating, right? So we can expect multi-cloud as well as, for example, GCP, AWS, like that way we can expect. So we have some data in that set of data, and then we can create that pages and we can create the report as well.
Okay, and is the second option say file? That is to fetch the data from the same desktop files, desktop systems?
Yeah, we have to store. So we have in the OneDrive we have some data, right? So we have, so for example, let's see. So I will show you for example. So I just to search some data in the Google. I just to copy the data and then paste it in the one notepad. So I have to save that file in the CSV format, and then I have to upload this. So we have the text and CSV format as well. So we have to upload that data, and then we can create the visualizations as per that. Okay. So that's why we have said that real-time information also we have to create by using this real-time information also we can create the visualizations. Yes.
So
like
one question about the data. So currently when we have option to upload the file, either the CSV, Excel or anything, is there possibility that in OneDrive where we have a file, multiple people are updating this and real time we can sync that file in this Fabric? Yeah. So maybe whenever we want, we just open the app, refresh, and we'll get the real-time data?
Yes, of course, that will be
possible.
Yes, possible.
Because here we are uploading the file.
Yeah.
It's kind of offline version.
Yeah, this is user-friendly. So if your colleague is working on the same platform, so you have to share that whatever the links that you have created in the Microsoft Fabric. You can share that link that your colleague also able to use the same data. You have to create. He wants to create the same visualizations in the Fabric as well.
So will that be cost effective, like maybe one?
Yeah. So in the Fabric, if you are a Microsoft customer, they will give the 60 days free trial. Okay. After the 60 days free trial, you have to. So in the Azure, they give the 30 days free trial. After that, we have to go for the pay as you give, right? So same that way in the Fabric also. Right now, it's a preview version. Once it comes to the complete version, we can go for the pay as you go also. That will be comes. So but I gone through 3 times of the free trials. So once we disable the free trial and apply for the again, so they will give the free trial version. So because it was in a preview only, so the Power BI is complete version. So that's why so your company will borrow for this money and everything. So Azure also like that only. So once the free trial account is completed, you can go for the pay as you go like that way.
And while sharing the link to multiple persons,
Okay.
it will count as a separate login.
Yeah. So that will be, your colleagues' credentials. You will able to use that your credentials. Sorry.
Mine credentials can be used.
Your credentials is separate. Your friend credentials is separate. But he can log in that link with his credentials. So that is, the link will be same, but login credentials is different. So that is so right now it will be preview only. Let's see. So I think in December we have the one more session on the Microsoft 365. On that time we have the complete version of the Microsoft Fabric. I hope that will be happening in the December.
And if we today want to use it with our Microsoft Access, we can start using
yes,
60
of
days.
course. Yes, you can use it. So that is very user-friendly manner only. So you can upload whatever the data in the Microsoft Power BI. You can upload into so for example, you don't have any. For example, you cannot upload any data from the Microsoft Power BI. You can create the data. You can upload whatever the data. So for example, whatever the process that we are able to do in the Power BI only, you can do same as per the Fabric as well. You can upload the data. We have some workspaces. I will show you like that way.
Sure,
One second,
thank you.
that better understanding. So this is the complete. So we have to create the data. So we have to create some lakehouse preview, network preview. So we have some preview options are there. You just go through so I have the data factory. So I just go through the data factory. So you just so upgrade version. So this is the error I am facing. So upgrade version is only it will use for the pay as you paid version only they will update it. So let's say I just update it. So yeah, it is working. It is very shocked because the free trial version is not working. So we can create the pipeline. So how many? I don't know exactly. So Azure. So those who are working on the Azure and cloud, so they know about the creating the work pipeline. So they give the source code. They will deploy it. They will build it. They will run it, and everything that and the end-to-end process to the clients and customers will be done in the pipelines only. That will be everything that will be happening on this platform. So that's why. Data factory, data engineering part, data science and real-time analytics and Power BI and Reactivator and so everything will be on this one lake only. So they have, that's why we have the one option is called one platform, one architecture, one experience. That's why, so whatever the things we do in the Power BI only, same things we can do in the Fabric as well and the data factory as well. And so whatever the services, let's see, I just tap onto the corner of this one. We have the options called Power BI, data factory, data engineering, data science, and warehouses and real-time analytics. Everything will be the one platform, one experience, and one architecture only. So you can easily so that's why you can say that is user-friendly. Microsoft Fabric is a user-friendly manner. So I just go through the data factory as well. I have to create. So I need to upload the data. I need to so you need to create any visualizations. You need to create any pipelines according to the data queries. So we have the Kusto query languages and the SQLs and the Power BI. So whatever the language, the API formats, everything that will be integrated in this one. So you can play around the data factory and Power BI as well. So OpenAI is everyone using. So I think everyone using the ChatGPT, right? So ChatGPT is very user friendly. You can just give the commands. So they will give you the feedback to you. So like output they will give you. So like that only just within the 2 to 3 minutes you can create the pipelines. You can upload the data. So they will create the business value. So you don't need to. So that's why I think recently they say that after the ChatGPT, most of the people are losing their jobs because of this ChatGPT. So this is the happening like so within the 2 to 3 minutes they will give the business value. So that's why the manpower will manpower will be reduced because of this type of features. But the AI is a tool. We have to observe. We have to say that AI is a tool. We can use the card. Properly. So we cannot use for this one like that way.
So in the current screen, everywhere it's mentioned, say import from Excel, import from SQL Server. So basically it means we are uploading the data. But what about connecting the data? So no need to upload the data, it's connect. So whatever changes, effects in the data sources, it can reflect in the reportings.
No, that is not. So for example, you have to create, so this is your workspace, you have to create your data. So for example, you have already created data. So I have some organization data I have already created. If I am doing anything wrong, so for example, so I want to crash any data in the database and everything. So that is not possible after this Fabric. Why? Because they will have some rules and regulations so up to the some end of the data. So for example, so you want to create this much of development only. So the development process will be extended. Like you have to, for example, you said that so we have to extract the data from the different source files. But you have to create your data, but you cannot modify the previous data, but you can utilize the data only. But the only admin can access the whole data. That is the thing. So, and one more thing is that, so this is the data, I mean, I don't know. So if you are working in the data factory or in the creating the pipelines and everything, that will be, so it is very useful for them. And coming to data, sorry, already created this one. So coming to data science. So data science also we have some few more options. Okay, fine. So data, okay, 1 second. One second, so this is a crashes. So, yeah. Yeah, so I just close that data. So I just move for the data science. So in the data science as well, so we have T model. So we have the T model preview as the and the experiment model is that we have to create the notebooks by using. So if you are working on the data, I mean, for example, in Databricks and Databricks, so we have the PySpark and we have to create the notebooks. We have to run the whatever the codes that we have. So we have the import notebooks as well. And so what are the data that we are, so let's see, in the Azure, we have the data factory and Databricks, and so we have some more options are there. So we have the data, so what are the things that we are able to do in the Azure, that is everything will be do in this Microsoft Fabric as well. So compared to that one, so that will take some time, so deployment and so end-to-end process that will take some time, but it is very easy to create that. You just to upload the open source model, so like a source, like source code and everything, you just run that model that will be business value within the fraction of seconds only. So that is about the data factory. So we have the data warehouses. So the data warehouses, we have to store the whatever the data in the so everything like warehouse preview. So we have to go for this. You just, if you are working in any customer, Microsoft customer, so instead of doing everything, so it will take lots of time. You just go through the Microsoft Fabric. You just play around the whole process of this Microsoft Fabric, you can have the better idea. So if you have more about this, recently Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella uploaded some Inspire and Build 2023 event also. They can publish some articles related to Microsoft Fabric. You can go through that one also. And so these all are the references of this Microsoft the Fabric, and so you don't know about this one. You just go through the Microsoft Learn, you can learn accordingly. So that is about this. So this is the preview version only. I just want to show you, but my topic is the Microsoft Fabric to create the visualizations, everything. If you have any queries, please, I'm open for the questions. Any questions? Any related questions about the Copilot and Microsoft Fabric? All right. So thank you so much for this opportunity. So thank you so much for the listening my time. So I'm very bored about you. So for example, yes, let's see. If you want to reach out me in the LinkedIn, this is my QR code. You just scan the QR code and you can reach out me. I can anytime 24/7. I will ready to help you guys. Yeah. So thank you everyone.
Okay, so we have had some good sessions. Rest of the agenda, we will break for lunch and we'll meet back at 2 o'clock. We have again 2 parallel sessions after that. And in the end, we'll have some nice quiz sessions, some feedback sessions. We'll also have a closing note and some goodies to be given. So stay tuned. Now we can again proceed back to the lunch place. Please have your lunch and let's get back in 50 minutes, that is 2 o'clock. Thank you. Request everybody to please come back. We are going to start with the session in another 2 minutes.
Mic check. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay. Can I request people to move in a bit front, please? You know, it's straight after lunch. I don't want to catch anyone sleeping. People in the back, can you come ahead, please? You can occupy the front rows. They're pretty much empty. Yeah. Okay. So, welcome all, and I would like to start with thanking all the sponsors, CGI, Microsoft, and everybody else, who's SPS events, and also all the co-speakers and organizers who put in a lot of effort traveling from outside and trying to make this event happen. Also, I would like to apologize that it had to be rescheduled as well. But I'm really happy, big round of applause to all of you who are here and who is making this possible. So what is the agenda today? So I have about 50 minutes. I'm going to be a bit fast, setting some very basic ground rules. Many of you who has worked on support tickets, have you heard of a resolution status called taken over by events? Anybody who wants to raise their hand? Have you heard of what is taken over by events? Okay. Taken over by events just means that through the course of this session, till we pause for question and answers, you might get certain questions in your mind, but they will be eventually answered probably through the slide or through the explanation. So if you have any question, hold on to it till we start the Q&A. Okay. So the quick agenda for today is, in the session is to have a basics of Power Pages, where it can be used and stuff. I'll not elaborate too much on that. What are some of the prerequisites that you might need if you want to start working with and exploring Power Pages? What are the modes of usage in Power Pages, right? Power Pages has a huge architecture and it is growing. What's there in the background? What are certain things that you can do from the design studio? And what are certain things that you can do from the back end, right? So those things are something that we'll discuss. And then we'll move into a basic overview of what web templates are, right? Web templates are a current capability which we already have in Power Pages. So we look at what basic web templates are. And then we'll do a small comparison of it with the old world as well. And then Microsoft has released something called Web Template Components, which is basically the real deal of this particular session that you'll be taking away. It is still under preview, right? There are certain samples that you can use to work with, but not much has been really done on Web Template Components. Next is the demo, right? We'll get into a quick demo. So as you can see, I am Bhargav Reddy. I am a solution architect at Tata Consultancy Services. I have about close to 16 years of experience working in IT, primarily on portal development. I started with SharePoint, ASP.NET, C#, was a developer for hardcore developer for about 3-4 years. You know, working with MOS 2007 really gave me the backdrop of understanding how to work with worker processes, understand what's IaaS, how things are wired up if you want to build a website. All those particular exposure I did get that, and then I moved slowly to the online world. And the backdrop that I have working as a developer really helps me even today when I'm working with the cloud platform as well, right? So I have experience, wide experience on SharePoint. I have wide experience developing solutions in Azure, as well as developing solutions currently solely in Power Platform in the last 3 or 4 years. So quickly, if you want to pull out your phones, you want to follow me on LinkedIn, This is the QR code that you can scan, and you can also probably look me up with a name called Bhargav Reddy N. That's what you can append to linkedin.in, and then you can find me there as well. Can you see the slide? Yeah. So quick round. I mean, everybody who has worked with Power Platform quite understands what were some of the existing capabilities. It started with Power Apps, and then Power Apps was used for most of the application development. And then Power Automate as well exists, which is basically for your workflow automation. For all your transactional data, converting that into reports and dashboards and business analytics, you would use Power BI. And any of your intelligent chatbots and omni-channel experience configurations that you would like to perform for enterprises, you would rely upon virtual agents. But Power Pages is something that was added as a standalone app and service into Power Platform. And that happened in, it was in private preview in May last year, and then became public preview in October, right? But how many of you have worked with Power Pages? Can you raise your hand? 1, 2, 3. How many of you have worked with SharePoint? Wow, that's quite a lot of people. So just consider Power Pages as, you know, kind of like a portal development platform, but not with the capabilities of SharePoint. I would say it's a bit different, right? And with Power Pages, it already existed within Power Platform. It came from ADX Studio. It was a company called ADX Studio, which was acquired by Microsoft, added into the Dynamics 365 portfolio, and was specifically used to build case management portals or CRM portals. But Microsoft realized the potential of this. So what they did was they took the features of that particular ADX Studio and plugged it into the Power Platform world as Power Apps portals. So how many of you have heard at least the name Power Apps portals? Raise your hand. Okay, that's quite a lot. Good, good. So apart from just developing Canvas apps and model-driven apps, the third option that you had earlier was called Power Apps portals. So Microsoft realized the potential of making this a standalone app and service. It plugged that particular name called Power Apps portals, gave it a new design studio, new interface, new capabilities, started adding more, Microsoft started investing more into this, and it made it its own standalone app and service. And it makes sense also, right? Because if you look at it, for all your enterprise data that needs to be exposed for external users, right? That is where Power Pages come into the picture. And the most important thing is when it comes to the right, what you see onto the right of the screen, which is no code, low code, and pro code. I would say that Power Pages, if you want to do something really dynamic in nature, you want to build something really custom, some of your customers might not really like the out-of-the-box interface. At that time, it more leans towards the pro code approach, right? So even if you're working with your existing customers, or if you have new customers, you're trying to send out proposals, you're pitching in, you would always want to remember that keep a large chunk of your estimation patterns or anything to that exploratory aspect pertaining to the pro code approach, right? Not many developers you will find who are really accustomed to probably come up with custom components using Power Pages, right? So you just need a background of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and jQuery to adapt to it. There is quite a bit of adoption curve, I would say, right? So I'll always plan and ensure that particular adoption curve. So what are some of the capabilities that it provides? It provides pro dev tooling in Visual Studio Code. You can build custom controls. You can work with APIs, and you can add dynamic content to web pages. We will look at some examples today of how you could actually work with getting information from external sources, developing a web template, and what are some of the nuances that you might need to do that. And Power Pages also follows the very nice ALM practices that already have been introduced into Power Platform, and you can establish all your CI/CD work with GitHub and also Azure DevOps. If anybody here wants to understand or are already working with how to move Power Pages, build sites using ALM process for Power Pages and move them across environments, we have an expert sitting in the front seat in the audience called Tangaraj Murthy. You can reach out to him, and he's a colleague of mine in TCS and an expert in moving solutions and artifacts from dev to test and test to production. Yeah, so let's move on to the next slide. I don't want to spend too much time on text. Quickly, where does Power Pages really come into the picture, right? So we have quite a lot of users in the industry. Power Pages works very well even for a business user, an IT professional, and who are such people? So let's take some examples. Can anybody take an example traditionally who could lean between IT pro and business users? Can you give me some examples? Anybody wants to take a shot at the question? IT pro and business users? Anybody? Rings a bell? So generally, okay, I'll answer this. Might be a bit of a tricky question, especially because it's more verbiage. IT pro and business users generally are those people who are working with your content, right? So your content editors, content authors, and content managers, you can consider them between IT pro and business users, especially in the scenario of Power Pages. And definitely, there is a bit of a site administration skill which is required when working with Power Pages, because you would need to say, suppose currently the pattern of developing any Power Portal site is your site name .powerappsportals.com, right? But you need to change this to something. You need to add more custom domain. Are you as a designer or a developer very comfortable doing that? Can you work with, probably configuring like a custom domain? It's not possible. So you need to rely upon certain skills. There are a set of teams. When you establish teams as well, when you want to deliver projects in Power Pages, you need to plan that effectively, right? You need to have an effective admin working with you closely to ensure that you have all your dev, test, and production, everything configured with all the custom domain, all the right resource constraints and capacity constraints taken care, all the monitoring and audit and all logging aspects taken care, right? So that's the importance of the site admin role. And then you have the front-end web developer and the full-stack web developer, right? So all your UI, UX, and developers, all your pro-code approach will lean towards the first two particular roles. Now these are the prerequisites I was talking about. So what is actually needed if you would like to actually explore Power Pages? You don't need much of a setup. You just need a trial E5 account, and then you can plug in the out-of-the-box available Microsoft available community developer plan, and then with that you get a Dataverse environment which you can create. And I would always encourage you to follow the solution best practices. So that's why create a solution for all your components. And Power Pages now supports solution components out of the box. When it comes to extensibility in terms of tooling, you can work with Power Pages using Visual Studio Code as well. You can install, if you're comfortable, you're more like a pro code guy, you like working directly from the Visual Studio and stuff, then I would say that install Visual Studio Code. You need to have Windows PowerShell, and you need to have an extension called Power Platform Tool Extension. When you enable that, you get all that particular required components, the ability to add a web template or a page template directly in the from the Visual Studio Code IDE itself. The next is Power Platform CLI, which is basically a set of commands, command-based interaction that you can do with a Power Pages site. So you can download the entire site, and then you can upload that particular site. And then there is something called a community-based tool, which is available called XRM Toolbox. Quite a set of intelligent sub-tools have been created, and it's like a very large package that you have called XRM Toolbox. Within XRM Toolbox, you have Portal Code Editor, you have something like a REST Builder, and also Fetch XML Builder. So these are certain components that I would probably use in order to speed up my development. The last is Dataverse REST API. or Dataverse REST Builder. It's a browser-based extension, especially if you need to build any dynamic components. You would want to know how to generate your API calls, and you need to know what is the format. You need to know what is the format of your liquid query, what goes where. So that you can establish using Dataverse REST API. I'm sorry, I have been struggling with a cold from the last 3 days. And okay, it's a very, very detailed slide, right? But don't try to complicate it when you look at it. I would say the one that you're seeing, the most important is the legend. The one that you're see as a bordered with orange is something that you can work with out of the box in Power Pages Design Studio, right? So you can probably go add web pages. You can work with your styling and themes. You can establish your authentication authorization, work with content snippets, multi-language support, and work with all of your site settings directly from the Power Pages Design Studio. So that is the important thing that we need to remember from the standard set of features. But whenever you want to take the pro code approach, then you would want to see all those aspects which have been bordered as blue. There, if you want to build a custom front-end UI or code, you would primarily rely upon JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and Liquid template language, which came from the ADX world. And then it has the ability to interact with all the other standalone apps and services within Power Platform. You can build pretty much enterprise level solutions using Power Pages. Now, getting into the actual part of what I wanted to explain in this particular session is basically to understand how you can go ahead and build web template components. Before we arrive at understanding how to build web template components, we need to know how to build web templates, right? So how many of you have already had exposure to understand how to build web templates? Anybody? No one worked with web templates yet? Okay, so then I'll take it a bit slow, try to explain what web templates are also. So I'm not going to look into the slide. Let's imagine you have a plot. It's a 60-40 plot, and you build a wall around it, right? That can be your web page. So what you see to the right of your screen is basically your web page. It's empty. A web page is basically like a root container. It really doesn't contain anything. It's just a wall which probably has an identity to it. Like generally when you build a wall, you might have a gate and then you have a nameplate, right? And then inside that, let's say you construct a house, right? That house can be considered as your page template. Yet again, it is still important, right? It is still important, cannot be neglected, but still does not contain anything, right? Your web templates, what could be your web templates? You have your wall, your stuff, you have your basic walls and structure, a house is ready. What according to you could be web templates? Anybody wants to take a shot? It's okay even if you're wrong. Perfect. So a web template is actually the furniture, all your decor, or your decor could be probably considered as something called content snippets in Power Pages, right? Which get into a bit more minute level. So web templates are basically that furniture that you want to have and establish within your Power Pages site, and that can be something that you can reuse across your site. It's not only in one single page. Whenever you develop a web template, it gives you the ability to reuse that in multiple places. So now that is one thing you must remember when it comes to web templates. So who likes the left part of this? Okay, to my view it is left. Okay, to your view is also left. Who likes the web image in the left part of the slide. I think most of the guys coming from SharePoint like it, right? Whoever raised SharePoint, can you recognize what it is? What is it? Exactly, web part properties. So what did web part properties really give to SharePoint? Like when you developed Visual Web Parts back in the day using MOS 2007, what did it really give? What capability did it really provide? It gave you the ability to define your own attributes, define your own set of properties, and it established a two-way communication between your code and your interface, right? Whenever you would develop a visual web part, you could define your own web part properties. I'm not talking about the out-of-the-box one. Out-of-the-box, anyways, they had their own wrappers. They could interact. But when it came to developing your own visual web parts as well, you could generate your own web part properties, right? When it comes to the screenshot to the right, what that you see is the recent introduction of Microsoft through the concept of web template components has introduced something similar to what you have seen from the SharePoint world, which is to configure web part properties, right? It allows a clear, earlier there was a clear distinction. A content manager would just come and add some image and content, but he could not set dynamicity to that particular configuration. What if a pro-code developer could give a developed component that was configurable in nature by a content manager? All the content manager had to know is what are those web part properties that I need to set. You're able to understand? From the SharePoint world as well, you had content authors and managers who could pretty much use a HTML web part to generate a marquee on a site, who could pretty much add an image and generate some text around it and create news and publishing articles, right? So these are all business cases, use cases that you can solve. When it came to Power Pages, you could not do that earlier. But the introduction of web template components, you can do that. So that's what is the screenshot, quite similar, old versus new comparison. Now come to the last part. Usually I don't like slides, okay? So I try to keep it minimum. I've tried to keep it as 6 or 7 slides even now, though I know it's a very hard subject to cover in a short time. It takes some amount of research, personal interest as well. When you go back, if you want to take cues from this and pick it up, there is a bit of a start to this. But don't be bewildered by the start, and don't be bewildered by all the vast information that is available. Take it slow. So like I mentioned, web template components are pretty much what you can do to web templates with the power of adding web part properties to it, right? So that's how you need to look at it. The structure is, you can include structure using the web template name that you would have already created in the Portal Management Studio or Visual Studio, whichever interface. You can provide what are the parameters and the value, and then you can pretty much use that particular structure, go ahead and insert that structure. Let's say that include example we will look at. So what I am saying in that example is, I have a web template which is titled Dynamic Carousel WP, and I want a display count of 4 images or something to be displayed, and my entity name that I want to pass is called ppd_jobs, which is basically like you can imagine as a table in the background within Dataverse, right? How many of you are already acquainted with Dataverse? Okay, that's a good number. So let's say that you already had a web template component. How would you just include it? You would just use this particular include tag. So just remember it, that it just says include web template component, whatever the name you would have provided to your web template, and then along with it, what are the properties that it needs for an effective configuration. Now, in order to like generate a web template component, there are certain steps involved, right? So you first need to define a manifest and specify what are the parameters, right? So we'll look at that particular manifest example in the next slide. The next is we'll create a web template component. Next is the add the web template component to a page. So we already looked at how to add it here in the previous example, include example, right? And the last is configure the parameters using either Design Studio or Visual Studio Code for Web or Visual Studio. Last slide is the manifest slide, right? So this is pretty much the most important aspect that you must understand in order to be able to develop dynamic components using web templates. So what does the manifest say? It has, okay, how many of you can identify what is this language? Jason? No. I already said this during the course of this session. I already mentioned, apart from HTML, CSS and JavaScript, I mentioned one more language. Not REST API. No, not XML. No, not C#. No, not jQuery. It has a new name. No, I'll mention. I mentioned something called Liquid Template Language. It came from ADX Studio, right? All your Shopify. Have you heard of Shopify? So when Shopify was built, Shopify is built on Liquid Template Language. Okay, so it starts with curly braces and then percentage for all your, naming conventions, and then within which you can define all your attributes. It almost follows the JSON structure itself. If you look at it, so pretty much you can say what is the type of your manifest. In this particular file, I'm defining it as a functional, manifest, and then I'm providing. Okay, there are two manifests that you can define. If you need to work with layouts or your structure of your particular web page, then you would define the type as layout. But if you want to work with a web component, then you would define it as more functional because it's doing something on your page. That's why you would want to say that it is more functional in nature. You provide a display name, generally you provide a description what it is, and then in tables, that is where you say that which is the Dataverse table that you want to access. And the last aspect is the parameters. So just like we saw in the previous example, you can create your own set of parameters, right? Just like the web part properties from the SharePoint world that you want to expose, similarly, you would want to create your own set of parameters. Yeah, so pretty much the text part of it is done. I'll quickly run through a demo of what are some Power Pages web template examples, and then quickly run through how you can actually develop a web template component. So how many of you, it's okay, I mean, even if you have not looked at it, it's fine, but just raise your hands. How many of you are looking at the Power Pages Design Studio for the first time? It's okay, please raise your hand. Okay, that's a sizable check, right? So I might start with a bit of a basics here. So just like in the Power Platform world, if you want to probably create a Canvas app, what is the URL that you would access in Power Platform? Anybody wants to say? Exactly. So you have make.powerapps.com, which is something that you would access if you want to build a Canvas app, right? Similarly, like that, if you would want to build and create your own site, you would use something as a root URL Microsoft has provided called make.powerpages.microsoft.com. Okay, I'll go to the root. Let me see. ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ಈಗ ಬಂತಲ್ಲ, ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಟ್. ಯಾ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. So the route you are, okay, I hope everybody can see. Can you see? Okay, perfect. So I'm just going to remove this again. I'm just going to say make.powerpages.microsoft.com and let's see what happens. So it has auto logged in this particular case because I already have a username and password, or else it would just generally give you a pop-up. You provide your Office ID and then you will be able to pretty much access this particular interface. So what you see onto the left is the home screen, and then is the templates tab. So let's go to the templates tab. What Microsoft has done is it has provided you some starter layouts and basic set of layouts that you can use in order to probably get a head start when you're developing a particular portal. Let's say you have to build an application submission portal, right, to process certain applications. You can use this application processing portal, and then you can work with the existing pages or modify the existing pages according to your needs. That can be something that you can do. And then if you want to work with something like a scheduling portal, and you want to work with like more meeting management, you already have a portal template available by Microsoft. And then let's say if you want what is the most important aspect of web information, right? Whenever you go to any website, you would see a lot of frequently asked questions, right? Definitely every portal has a frequently asked questions. So what Microsoft has done is it already has provided a template for frequently asked questions as well. So most of it, there are some starter set of layouts that you can use to explore, create your site instead of starting from scratch with a blank template where you have to configure all your profile page, your login page, everything from scratch. For beginners, I would say work with any of these particular existing templates, understand what's happening in the background using extensibility tools like XRM Toolbox, which I was mentioning. That way, you will quickly able to understand how to develop your own components. The Learn tab is pretty much the tab. Microsoft didn't want you to go back to Google, go back to Microsoft Learn. So what they've done is they've integrated the Learn tab directly here. And then is the solutions, which is basically for all your developing your components using best practices. You have the solutions tab. Last is the Power Platform, where it basically if you want to work with Power Apps and other standalone apps and services, you can click here, right? What you see here is basically the home screen, and in the home screen you have the ability to create a particular site. So what I'm going to demo today is a site called iSapple.co, which I've already created. But I'll just show you quickly what will happen if I click on create site. So when you click on create site, you can see that it shows you all the starter layouts that you can choose from, and you can choose a particular template. The next thing it does is it says what is the name of the site. How many people remember this from SharePoint? SharePoint provisioning. You could, whenever you click on create team site, you had pretty much the same, right? So this is similar to that in the world of Power Platform. If you need to develop a external website, Microsoft is giving you a head start in order to choose an existing template and create a site. Provide your site name, provide a site address, and this is what I was mentioning about the site administrator role, which is very important. So I can provide a web address here. Let's say give me a name, give me something. Okay, Power Platform Connect, which is where we are today. Okay, so it says, yeah, this URL is available. But if you look at it, it has a very big extension called .powerappsportals.com. So your site administrator can come in and he can work with configuring a custom domain as well. You select the site language, pretty much when you click on done, and that's it. Your portal is generated in the background, but I'm not going to do that today. Let's directly jump into make.powerpages.com, and I'll go ahead and open my site. So what you see here is I tried to open an existing site. I clicked on edit. And what Microsoft is actually doing is it is opening the site in something called Power Pages Design Studio. Right? It is more like how do I mention this? Okay, let's say in the SharePoint world, since many of you have already worked with SharePoint, you could create a team site, and from the site you could edit the settings, right? So whenever you edit the settings, it would give you more on the design mode, where you can insert a web part. You can say in this particular section I want some text. So that kind of a capability is what you see from the Power Pages Design Studio. So what I've done here is pretty much this is a few set of pages that I have for all my concepts that I'm working with Power Pages. So all you see here is a very basic set of capabilities that it provides to add text, images, any forms that you want to create. So all of that you can definitely do. Let me just create a quick page. So I call it test page, just to showcase the capabilities. So you can choose a component to add to the section. This is pretty much a section already built with a page, web page built with a layout for you. And you can configure this particular layout also. So what you can do is you can make is add section and make it 2 column. If you want it 2 column, 3 column, and if you want some elements to appear 1/3 of the screen and 1/3 to the right, all those particular sections you can enable here. If you want to add a button, image, video, form, multi-step forms are especially very important because sometimes that in Dataverse world you have quite a lot of tables that have built more than 50-60 columns. But then in order to generate good user experience, you don't want to create one single form with 50 columns, right? How do you draw information and keep the user engaged? So that's where the multi-step form comes in which you will say that I first draw the 10 basic columns that I need information from. That will be step 1. And then the next set of columns, which will be step 2. So similarly like that, you can develop multi-step forms. List is basically your grid. If you want to add some existing data from Dataverse in the form of a grid, you can use list. So today, most important thing is, let's say that you have already certain pages developed. So I have already some pages developed here, right? And let's say I have added my image, text, all my forms, everything. How do I actually preview that particular? So you have a button called preview here. So you click on preview, and then it gives you the option to preview that particular site directly from the Design Studio. So what it does is, when I click on preview for desktop, it starts loading that particular page, respective page on the browser itself. So this is pretty much a publicly accessible website that you can quickly create using Power Pages Design Studio. Like say suppose you needed a frequently asked question and you had about, let's say, 50 set of questions that you need to answer, and that's a portal that you need to address. And it's like a quick partner portal that you need to develop, right? Let's say, I am working for TCS and I want to expose a site to all my partners or vendors to provide them some basic information on how to access my enterprise data. So I can come here to Power Pages, work with my enterprise data and quickly develop a site or portal using some existing template or with my own templates and create a site. So what you see here is a site that I have developed called isapple.powerappsportals.com. How many of you know what is isapple? Can you raise your hand? I mean, that's a good guess, but still it's wrong. Don't mind, I will explain. But anybody wants to take a shot? What is an ice apple? White transparent? It's a fruit. Okay. How many of you eaten this fruit? Very good. In the south of India, I think it's pretty much famous. I'm not sure if it is available in the north of India. In the south, it's called Tati Ningu in Telugu, Tati Ninjulu in Telugu, and in Tamil as well, pretty much the same name, I guess, right? Any Tamilians here? Tati Lingu, right? Yeah. So my favorite fruit when I was growing up was ice apple. So when I was developing the site, I didn't know what is the name I need to use. So I just said, okay, ice apple. So I developed an imaginary portal, some imaginary company, some imaginary logo that I wanted to display, just to showcase the capabilities, what it can do, right? Out of the box, you could create a 3-section, add an image, provide a button, provide some actionable CTAs. What are CTAs? Exactly, CTAs are call to actions. Usually when you develop portals, you have certain information, user looks at that particular information, and most important CTAs are where you actually draw value. There is a value proposition to CTAs. You should not introduce CTAs unnecessarily on your website. That's one of the best practices. So like for example, how many of you have seen the website for Acco Insurance on the web? Nobody's used Acco? Acco? ACKO? Amir Khan was doing the ad and all. Okay, so if you go to Acco Insurance, I pretty much love that site because when you go there, the simplicity with which you design, the design principles that they have applied on that particular site is amazing. So you go there, you have a bunch of information there which is very categorized, listed, tiled, very nicely iconized, available there for you to go deeper into. So I go to acco.com, I say that I want to probably buy an insurance. So I click on insurance and then it goes there, and then I have my apply now button or register now button or buy now button, right? So these are important CTAs that you need to remember. And I'll show you a basic example of what is a web template. So this is a web template that I have created, which is a dynamic carousel. It's one of the most basic necessities of any website, right? You would see that some imagery and then with some CTS added there, and then most of the websites have a slider or some kind of an image slider. So this is one of the samples that I have created, and I've used all the techniques to develop a web template. And how do you actually develop this? Can somebody directly do this? Say suppose I don't have the time to use Visual Studio Code, I don't want to develop, download everything and install that. Can I do that quickly? Yes, you can do that. And that's what pretty much we'll see today. So what you should do is, you should go to something called Portal Management here, which is basically the backend of your Power Pages Design Studio. All your elements, all your structure, everything is available there. So Microsoft maintains its own model-driven app in the background in order to be able to give you the ability to work with your sites, right? So what you see here is websites. So let's see. I have quite a lot of websites here, but you can see iceapple as well. And then let's say that you want to work with your website bindings. You go here and you work with your website bindings. So anybody coming from the ASP.NET world with a bit of site administration skills can come here, add the relevant site settings, and that will get enabled on your website. And most of the content and other aspects is where you would really want to rely upon. So here, what I would rely upon is a web template. So I'm just going to quickly showcase how a web template is created. Yeah. So what you see here is pretty much the magic happening here is happening because of this particular code. So it's a combination of JavaScript, HTML, and Liquid. What I've used is, I've just created a very basic query using Liquid and saying that I've given it a name called demo carousel jobs. What I'm doing is I'm calling a Dataverse table called ppd underscore jobs. I already have a table called jobs in Dataverse. I'm calling that, and I'm getting these following attributes. Once I get all these particular attributes, I just use certain basic techniques, looping techniques, to dynamically create my content and generate my UI, right? So I need to get, every time the slider moves, I need to get a new image, I need to get a new location and a new job role, right? So all that information I'm getting, and I'm dynamically creating it, looping through and binding to the UI. Then I already have a wrapper for the slider, which I have pretty much added here with the previous and the next step. So if you look at it, anybody who has basic knowledge of CSS, HTML and JavaScript can quickly come, directly go into the portal management and add a web template in the background and configure it for your end users. So I have added the web template. The second most important aspect of a web template is, like I mentioned, you only have your furniture ready now. So you need to build the house. So what would you do? You realize that if you remember that, you would go and create a page template. And how easy it is to create a page template? You click on it here, you provide a name, you provide a website that it is being built for. You say whether it is a web template or a rewrite URL. Okay, just forget rewrite. In this case, we are going to work with web template. I'm going to select web template and then the name of the web template. So in my case, I had the web template as dynamic carousel. So if you look at it, it gives me the ability to tag to my web template directly. So I've already built my pages with the same propagation of changes that you saw in the slide, which is basically to first build a web template, then use that web template and build a page template. And then once the template is built, you would want to create a web page that you would want to allow your users to access. So that's how these pages were built, right? And what is the change that Microsoft has brought to this? Noticeably, what is the change? We discussed everything, we understood what web templates are, everything is fine. But there's one thing that we didn't discuss when it came to the demo. We didn't look at. What is that one thing? Yeah, so web templates we discussed, but how do we develop a web template component? Where is the reusability factor? Here, I'm just taking a carousel, getting some data and doing it. But am I giving my content authors or content managers the ability to say how many records that you want to get? From which table you want to get? Is my end user exposed to that? No, he cannot configure that. So if you come to this dynamics carousel page that I have built here, if you go here, a content manager cannot really configure pretty much. If you look at it, it's all dynamically being generated. Nothing is actually available in that particular page. In order to templatize this, in order to make it reusable, that's where we bring in web template components. Now we'll look at a quick web template component. We'll use the same particular example, but this time what I'm going to do is carousel example itself, but this time what I'm going to do is I have already created a web template and it is called image slider. Pretty much has the same logic of the dynamic carousel. There is not much of a change. The only difference is what you see in the bottom. What is this that you're seeing in the bottom? This is the power that Microsoft has recently introduced, right? People who didn't understand Power Pages were you able to understand something about it today? Come on, guys. Yes. Did you understand something about web templates? Now, did you understand what is the recent introduction by Microsoft called web template components and how you can use a manifest file to allow certain properties to be configured for your user. And have we actually looked at how a web template component looks live? No, not yet, right? That's the last thing we'll do. So I'm going to go to that web component page. And if you look at it, I'm just going to first preview it. So if you look at it, there is no difference between that page and this page. It's pretty much the same data. It's dynamic in nature. It has a scroll, everything. It's just a carousel, right? Some solution architect and that whatever job role I'm displaying here is gone upper niche because of my CSS, but that's, don't hold it against me. But if you look at it, it's pretty much the same. And what is the property that I'm exposing here? Can you count how many seconds this particular slider is moving? No, I didn't do anything. Pretty much 2-3 seconds. Now earlier, if I developed a component, I developed it, I'm a pro code developer, I pushed the changes, it's the production. Now 3 seconds needs to be changed to 10 seconds, or 3 seconds needs to be changed to 6 seconds. It was not possible. Now it is possible. What I can do as a content manager or a site administrator or whatever role that provides me the ability to override this, I would just go to the respective page and click on this custom component, edit component, and there you go. The manifest file gave us the power to introduce a property onto a dynamic component on the page in order to set a value there. Now, what I have set here is about 3000, which is like, I think it's not good with mathematics. Don't hold against me. Must be milliseconds, right? So let's change this. It was moving very rapidly, right? I want to make a change to this. Let's say I'll make it 8 seconds, right? So in order to make it 8 seconds, let's make it 8000 here. Done. Pretty much saved. I'm going to reload the page. Okay. Now count, guys. Is it moving rapidly? Or did I count too fast? Yeah. So that is web template components for you guys. Did you understand? Perfect. Cool. So that's pretty much the end of my, quick round of whatever I wanted to explain about. There was a lot of history to talk about. I hope there is a lot of information missing there. It's not going to happen in one day, guys, because this took me about 3.5-4 months to really understand even what's there in the background. Even really understand what's the portal management app that I opened to just create the web template. Where to put what. It will take some time. That's why I said, if you are working with customers, especially in the Power Platform, need to develop solutions, need to expose your enterprise data to external users or customers, that's when you really need to have an effective planning around it to ensure that this learning curve is taken care. Okay, last another 5 minutes. I'm going to quickly pause. Questions, please. Please, once more, louder, please. How did we connect the data? Sure. Forgot to mention, there is a data tab in the Power Pages Design Studio. I clicked on it now. And can you see this table called jobs? I have already created a table. It's there. Anybody who has access as a site admin, content author, content manager can quickly come there, create their table, populate their table as well from the interface itself. They don't have to do it in Dataverse. They can do that as well. If you do that in Dataverse, you tag the solution here in your data workspace. All your tables are available. Look at what you can see under other tables. Can you see? These are all the out-of-the-box Dataverse tables. If I wanted to just work with my account information, if I wanted to work with my contact information, I can pretty much do that. I can show you some quick 2-3 samples, other samples that I've built with web templates, so that your mind will start getting kick-started on what you can do. Can I just quickly show that? I'll come back to your question. So I have a page. Let's say that using certain API operations, I need to pull some information and display it. Is it possible? Like, let's say I want to pick some information from a weather API. It's an external API, openweather.org. How many people know about it? Everybody does, right? So I need to pull that information and display. Is it possible? Is it possible that I want to pull some stock information, which is probably publicly accessible? Yes, it's possible. All you need to know is how to wire up some JavaScript and just add it into a web template. Take that particular web template. If you want to make it a property-based component, then choose to make it a web template component. If not, as a pro code developer, you don't want to give that and say that I want to have the power of control on that dynamic component. Then just follow the practices of developing a web template, applying it to a page template to web page. You have both the techniques. So let's look at a weather page. I hope it works. I'm accessing this page after a long time. Weather in Bangalore is 29 degrees Celsius, pretty hot, I'm sweating. Let's say, will it give the weather of, give me a city. Panga is from Coimbatore, I know. In the green t-shirt, please, because green is my favorite color. Gwalior. Do you think 26 could be Gwalior's temperature? Perfect. So this is actually a web template that I built using Open Weather ORG. But if you need to change this to a web template, what would be some of the properties that you would change? When you look at it, think from the SharePoint perspective, from your experience of what you've learned from today. Can somebody spell out what are some of the properties that you would want to allow configuration? Like what are some of the properties that you would want to expose? Your Open Weather URL, openweather.org URL, which probably is hard-coded somewhere in the web template. You would do that. Next, what would you do? When the page loaded, which was the default city? Which was the default city? Let's move it again. Bangalore? Would you not want to change that? Allow somebody the power of saying, I want to add the web part onto the same page 3 times, but I want to display Gwalior, Bangalore and Delhi. Makes sense? So what other things would you want to change to make it dynamic? So start thinking from this perspective, and you can build intelligent components using Power Pages with just basic set of JS, CSS, HTML, and a bit of Liquid. You might have to do a bit of learning on Liquid, pretty much JSON principles, XML principles. Just that curly braces and percentage where you need to use, you need to understand. Okay, gentlemen there.
I have a question on permission. Permission related question.
100% because you have the mic. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you have created this particular web page in an environment Bhargav.
It's my Dataverse environment.
Yeah. What is the prerequisite? What is the best practice that what permission this particular environment should have for creating web pages? Not web pages, Power Pages. Is it same as Canvas pages?
Okay. Good question. So I'll straight away take you to something called how do you manage your web roles, which is specifically almost your question is aligning, is saying that how will I control who will have access to editing my site? Is that a better way of putting it across your site? Okay. Now, if I am the site administrator, somebody has to start somewhere, right? So site administrators will come, create a site. Agreed? Agreed? Everybody agree? So now, once you created, if you go to the portal management, which you could have done from here as well, it's already open here. If you see, what is the tab that you see to the left here? Security, pretty much your answer. You can create your users using the contact table in Dataverse. All your user management is achieved. You can create your web roles. Define your web role. Let's say, I'll give you an example. I want to create a root page with 5 sub-pages which should be accessible only to my human resources department. Quite possible. I can create a root page, add sub-pages, and create an active web role here and assign that particular root URL to my web role. That's it. When you log into the site, nobody else will see that particular nav item itself. So you can use this security tab, learn a bit more. It's not going to happen in one day, I am telling you. Explore that, explore web roles, web page access rules. You will definitely be able to achieve whatever you desire to. Yeah, mic there, please. Mic there, please. Okay, we both are wearing maroon, the event's color.
Hello. Yeah. So actually, my question was when you
louder, please, louder.
Question is when you are sharing with the partner, like external users, you said that you can build the portal as a partner. So if they want to add some of the document and they want to work on it. This is basically what I observed here is only we are building the template and pages, right? So how we can demonstrate that if they can add and work?
Good question. So when I showed a very basic test page, didn't I show an option to add a basic form and a multi-step form? I mentioned, but you didn't have the opportunity to see it.
Yeah.
I'll show you one page quickly. I know Jenkins, I'm sorry I'm late. I'll be done in another 2 minutes. So I have a basic form. It has some, I want to draw information. Okay, it's like a very basic contact page. Job title, job description, job location, job roles, job status. Okay, what is this actually doing? It's adding a record into my jobs table. Let me add that quickly. I'll say I want to give a new role. And so since I'm in CGI, I'll say CGI developer. Some description, let me put the same thing. Location, since I'm from ISAPL, I'm going to say Glacier 6. Job role, I'll say again developer. Status, I have a drop down, active. And the job URL, I'm pretty much going to need an image. Because if you saw my carousel, it depends on the drawing information from the table, right? But it actually requires an image to display into the carousel. I'm going to go to Unsplash, pretty much say technology. Copy image address, add it into here, and submit. I hope this works because I'm not sure what the settings. I might have messed it up. Perfect, it's working. So your concept of a basic form is done. You just need to enable attachments when you configure the form. So your document management can be intelligently configured with SharePoint as well in the background. So with Power Pages, you can enable SharePoint. On the environment, you can just say SharePoint, integration with SharePoint, and you can start storing your files in SharePoint as well. The other option is Azure Blob Storage.
Yes.
That requires an extensive session.
So but here it will be not be the SharePoint in background, or it will be directly deal the storage of the Azure.
Repeat please, sorry.
It will be using the Azure storage, or it will be, we can change the data source as a SharePoint as well.
SharePoint and Azure Blob Storage. It's your choice. You can configure it.
Okay.
You can do it from the admin center, portal admin center. Yeah.
All
can you
right.
pass on to the mic to the green T-shirt in the back, please? And after this, one last question, and then I'm out. You can reach out to me. We can probably have coffee. We can chat as well, right? Okay, yeah, please.
Yeah, so you said about this pages side. So is it gonna replace the modern pages or
I'm
the?
sorry, I'm not able to hear you. Louder, please.
So is it going to replace the modern pages or the communication sites pages?
No, no, that's a different world. SharePoint is a different world. Microsoft is, I don't think Microsoft intends to kill SharePoint, right? If it brings all the modern features and all those capabilities, list-based features, document library features, those are missing here. You pretty much need to probably build grids and display your documents
No,
and stuff.
If they are interested to migrate, right, to these Power Pages or something. So there is a flexibility or there are restrictions?
Migrate from where to where?
From the modern pages to Power Pages. Will that be a possibility?
No, I don't think so. Not yet. Not a direct capability yet. I don't see that anywhere. They might have to redo it. Okay. They can probably take the skeleton and kind of put it there, but I don't think that would work either.
That won't happen.
Because that's a different web part infrastructure and this is a web component, a web template and that kind of an infrastructure. Though it has the same philosophy, it's not the same. Okay, one last question. Yeah, please go ahead. Mike there, please.
This can replace to IaaS services like website what we host in the intranet or something.
No, I don't think IaaS will come into the picture here because everything is cloud. Yes. You have to think from the PaaS perspective.
Right. So let's say that we want to migrate our IaaS infrastructure to this one, any of the website. So how we can achieve these things?
You mean to say you don't want to redo your web pages and you just want to.
We have built the CSS, JSS code and already I have the IaaS services, web services running in the environment. I don't want to use that infrastructure now. I want to move into this template, cloud. How we can achieve?
I don't think there are any tools which will allow you a direct conversion yet. Okay. I would probably use something like a Figma, develop my HTML prototype around it, and then take that particular design and incorporate it into Power Pages. That will be quicker.
Yeah, okay. Right.
Okay, makes sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Cool. Thank you guys, and I hope you enjoyed the session. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, any more questions you can take offline during the tea break, etc. So we have last technical session of the day followed by tea break, and then we will have quizzes, some prizes, some goodies, etc. So stay tuned for that. So we have next session by Kiran Prajapati, Kirti Prajapati.
Hello. Am I audible? Okay. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for staying for whole day and allowing us to share our thoughts on whatever the topic we have chosen for today's this event. So I would like to thank CGI, Microsoft, and SPS Events for organizing this wonderful event in this campus, and having all the speakers to connect with new community people in Bangalore. So thank you so much for everyone who is also a part of this event as a volunteer. So without that support, this could not be happen like it's such event. So I would like to thank everyone, and please like encourage them for another events going forward. So today I am going to talk about how you can use Azure DevOps for any kind of Power Apps deployment. So before we jump into the session, I would like to know how many of you are working with Power Apps and be a part of the deployment team. Okay, so a couple of people are be part of that. So before I jump into the session, I would like to introduce myself. So myself, Kirti Prajapati, and I am Microsoft MVP, MCT, and my passion is to share the knowledge which I know about through my experience, as well as connecting with other community peoples and understanding their basic requirement and preparing some kind of POCs and then sharing with the community people. Community people in the sense the developers who are actually looking out for new features which is rolled out by Microsoft, but due to their day-to-day professional work, they might not be able to find the way how to use it, how to make it available or implement in the project. And along with that, I'm also an organizer for one of the group in Ahmedabad. So that is group is M365 Ahmedabad user group. So under that user group, we are also conducting such events, including workshops and Microsoft sponsored events, where we are just addressing the new features released by Microsoft, just to educate the just to educate the community with the feature which are available, so they can use in their actual projects. And along with this, if you want to get in touch with me, then in the right side of the slide, you can see my social media handler. So I would be more than happy to connect with all of you on the social media and be a part of good community. So for today's session, I'm just keeping this agenda very small and very crispy, just to address few things. So first we'll be discussing about the DevOps overview, like what is the DevOps, and then the life cycle, how the project execution will work if we are going to use the DevOps, and then how Azure DevOps will help us to accommodate all this implementation and the deployment from your local environment to whatever the environment we are using in the Power Platform. And then I'll explain everything in the demo. So just to be safer side for the time constraint, I have already created one demo, but I will walk you through about the steps, like what are the steps as a developer you have to perform when you are going to use this Azure DevOps implementation. So let's start with the first one. So before I open that slide, anyone knows what is DevOps? In a simple word, I do not want a technical definition, this is DevOps, but let's say I don't know anything and I want to understand what is DevOps. Sorry? Okay. Okay, so I have the simple definition, like it's a combination of two words, right? The developers and the operations. So DevOps. So whenever you are doing any project as a developer, so there might be n number of teams involved in any of the implementation, right? So it may possible the development team is working the development work only. They do not have any rights or privileges to push the code from their environment to the destination environment, right? So for that, you have that operations team who can help you to pull out your package to from your location or your physical system to somewhere else, and then they are doing the deployment process. So it's a combination of two words, but not specifically words, but you can say two teams, the development teams and the operations teams. Now in another word, we can say a practice that allows a single team. So here, if we are merging these two words, dev and ops, so it's a single word. So to allow a single team, so they both are working as a single team. There you can allow them to deploy whole or execute the whole development life cycle. In the development life cycle, what are the steps available? Phases: first, development, testing, deployment, and operations. So all these steps can be executed by this single team, though it's a combination of development and operations team, right? And the third point is it also promotes the collaboration. Nowadays, each and every organization is looking out this kind of collaborations between different teams, right? So this is the best example where we can promote the collaborations between this development and the operations teams, where they will help us to deploy our code in any of the environment. It could be your QA environment, UAT testing, or production or pre-production. And the last one, the simplest definition, is the union of people, right? Someone said that it's a people, combination of people, right? So development and operation teams either are only people, group of people. So it's a combination or union of the people where we can execute some processes. Either it could be your development, or we need to set up some servers, or we need to perform some configuration execution. So that will be done with the help of these two teams. And after this, we are allowing this product to be enabled as a continuous delivery. So what is continuous delivery? Anyone knows? Continuous delivery. Mike?
As per my understanding, is the continuous deployment is nothing but when you create the build and create the release as well, and hitting the deployment, which will be continuously go ahead and deploy it to the directly to the your production system.
Okay, so quite correct, but I'll explain you in a different way, like how this CI/CD means continuous integration, continuous deployment. That happens, and that is also part of this Azure DevOps or whatever the deployment we are doing, right? So now this is the definition of what is DevOps. But now, why to use it? Why we should go with DevOps, right? So assume that there are n number of team involved in any product or implementation, right? So first thing is team worked in complete isolation. These are the scenarios nowadays happening when n number of teams are working for one component or one project. Second thing is testing and deployment were isolated activities. So let's say I am a developer, I am creating one component, and QA team is preparing the unit testing or test cases, and they are performing that test cases on the component which I have developed, right? So both the teams are different. They don't know what functionality I have implemented, what are the basic test cases should be there. So all these teams are basically isolated or not in a collaborative mode with development team and the QA team. And then time consuming process. So let's say I'm developing something, then I'm passing to the QA team. So they take some time to test it, all this component, and then they are passing that, okay, QA is passed, now push it to SIT, then from SIT it goes to the production. So it takes long time to release one component after development, not during the development, but after development. And the fourth one is most hectic work is to manual deployment. So let's say, for example, I have created one solution in Power Apps. Now I want to move it manually. So I have to use the import export option. Otherwise, I don't have any option to move that from one environment to another environment. So in that case, what happened, like by mistake, I missed out any component to be included into my solution, right? By mistake, then it will not move from that source environment to destination environment. So rather than doing all this manual process, why not to implement this automated system or the implementation? And the fifth one is separate timelines for the development and the operations team. So sometimes what happens, you are done with your development, QA team has performed their execution, all the unit testing and QA cases, whatever they implemented, all are passed. Now you have to connect with the operations team who can help you to pull your solution and push it to different environment. So in that case, what happens? You are, as a team, you are dependent on another team, right? So you have to wait till they come and ask you to, okay, provide us the solution and we will move it to another environment. So these are few of these concerns as a developer or the development or the organization we should consider, and we should go with DevOps or the automated process. So now the answer for that CI/CD comes in. So that will I consider into this DevOps lifecycle. So let's assume that you want to create few things or any component in your organization. So what will be the first thing? What will be the first thing? Sorry? Can we pass the mic? Yeah.
Collecting
create solution.
No.
Requirements. Forget about solution development, anything. I have not defined any platform where I am going to create this implementation. The first thing is thought. What you are going to build. So that is coming from your sales or marketing team, right? Your sales team or marketing team will come up with some idea. Okay, this is the customer's requirement, or this product we have come across the different people are using. So we have the thought in process, and we want to execute it, right? So those thoughts are coming from your marketing and sales team. And then what happened? Those are called ideas. So they are come up with 4 or 5 bullets. Now what comes after ideas? So they will analyze market. Okay, we have these 5 bullets and compare the other products which is already available in the market, right? And out of that, they will prepare a concrete business plan, right? Based on the filtration of these bullets or the requirement, they will prepare the business plan. And what happened after preparing the business plan? They will plan. What plan? Now this comes in picture, solution and this technology and other thing. So they will prepare like what type of architecture we are going to use for this implementation. Or this is the business plan. What will be the platform? What will be the architecture for the developers? And what are the rules and standard we are going to follow if we are doing some coding or any kind of implementation? And then development team comes into the picture. So you are handing over everything to the development team, and then they are defining, okay, we want to use this editor or the build editor IDE. And then once the development is done, they are passing this to testing, QA team. Now what happens during the testing? Either your test is go to the production, pass, or it is not fail. I don't say it is fail, your test case is fail, but it may happen that it comes with some other feedbacks from the actual user. Okay, this is the info, the contact form, but I would like to have kind of upload image functionality or upload photo in the contact form. So that is one feedback we receive from the actual end user. Now after getting this feedback, what happens? It again goes to this team, ideas, business, market, sales, right? So it will go to the sales team. Then they will also analyze, okay, this is the feedback we received. Now we want to think about that feature and how we can integrate this feature without disturbing the existing product. The first release you have done, you do not want to disturb that one, right? And then parallelly you can start development. So that is called continuous development based on the feedback you receive from the end user. And once this development completes the whole cycle, then this feature will go as a deployment component. So in this case, your development and integration is in continuous process. So that is why it is called CI/CD. And this is the life cycle of whole DevOps component, whatever the component we are going to use or build. So this is the basic of development and operations, right? Now, for today's session, if we think about like I have the Power Platform and I want to create one application in my local environment, whatever it is, Dev, QA, UAT, any environment, and I want to use Azure DevOps to push that from my dev environment to Azure DevOps repository and from there to my destination environment. So these are some prerequisites information. So first is we should have Azure DevOps Git repository. So these points I have considered for today's session for the demo which I have created, but it could be more than this. And the second thing is whatever the Power Apps you are going to create in whatever the environment, that environment should have Dataverse database enabled. Otherwise, if you don't have the database enabled environment, you will not be able to create this Azure DevOps, because I will tell you when this Dataverse database component comes into the picture, right? And the third one is the Azure Active Directory. So you should have access on Azure subscription with proper privileges where you will be able to create one app registration or enterprise application, which will help you to connect with your local environment and Power Platform, right? So without Azure Active Directory, you will not be able to connect with your any of the environment. So Azure Active Directory is the only one place where you are creating something, allowing that permission, and then use that component in one of the configuration part, and then it will allow you to connect with your different environments. And then, of course, for the Power Platform administration, you should have permission to create this solution, create the applications, and add the users. Now here, users in the sense, application users. I was mentioning that we have to create the enterprise application, right? So that enterprise application will work or behave as a user for the environment, and we will add that user as a application users. And the fifth one is Dynamics 365 permission. So you should have that privileges where you can add this enterprise application into your environment and allow them to be part of system administrative access. And this last one is the Azure DevOps pipeline. So you should have Azure DevOps account where you have access or privileges to create pipelines. Sorry, first you create project, repos, then pipeline, and the release. So these are the 6 points I have covered for this demo. This has the minimum prerequisites, but it could be more than this. So now I'm directly jump into the demo. So for demo, I have you can use n number of environments. Just a minute. So as I was mentioning that visible to everyone? Okay. So as I mentioned that whenever you are trying to use any Azure DevOps, you should have at least 2 environments. One will be your source and the other one will be your destination. It could be more than 2, but 2 is minimum requirement, right? So here in this example, you can see I have 3 environments already created. One is dev, UAT, and production. Now for this demo, I am going to use dev and QA. So I will create one application in my local system in dev environment. Then from dev environment, I will push that solution into Azure repository, Azure DevOps. And from there, from Azure DevOps, we will push it to the QA environment, right? So this is the cycle. So for that, you should have that environment level access. Now, in the previous slide, I mentioned that you should have the environment with environment should be enabled with CDS or Dataverse, right? Now, why Dataverse is required? Now, see, if I click on any of the environment link, so here, let's say for example, dev. So it will open the property of this environment where you will be able to see the environment URL, the first one, right? In this case, it is spcdev.crm8.dynamics.com. So this is the URL which will allow us to connect with this environment. Now where we are going to use this URL? So this URL we are going to use when we are creating this pipeline, right? Pipeline will allow us, okay, I have used this enterprise application and created this service application. Now it will identify to which environment I need to connect with, right? So this will help in that case. So from here, for all the environments, the exercise which I am explaining, you have to perform this for all the environments. Either it is source or destination, right? So first you have to copy the environment URL, this one. Then same thing applies for another environment, QA or UAT. Now before that, the first step is we have to create the enterprise application, right? So just remember the steps. So I have prepared one Word document. So here you can see the steps, like first you have to create the enterprise application. Now this enterprise application we will use in connecting with Azure DevOps and Power Platform services, right? So we will create a bridge between these two, but the enterprise application will help us to connect these two components, right? In second step, we will use that. So first, I'm just jumping into Azure AD now. Azure AD, this, right? So from here, you can just click on this enterprise application, this one. Click on that. And from here, you can click on new application. From here, create your own application and then give it any name. So let's say, for example, I'm just giving, delete this, and this rest of the settings, I'm not changing anything, and I'm just clicking on create. So it will create my enterprise application. So from the next screen, you have to copy the name of the this enterprise application or application ID. So this application ID we will use for reference in the further steps, right? So first it will create it, and once this application enterprise application is created, then we have to what will be the next step? Sorry. No, before that, application user is coming after this step. So we have created enterprise application, right? But we have
to
not
authenticate between the Power Platform and this one.
We have not provided any kind of permissions, right? So whatever the application you are creating, either it's a registration or any kind of other component, you have to provide the permissions, right? So once it is done, you can see here the name, application ID. So copy that application ID. So this application ID we will use for other references. So assume that I have copied that. Now I'm coming back to home page again, clicking on home and app registration. Click on all applications and now search with the name which I have used. What was the name of application ID, enterprise application? Delete this, right? So I'm just pasting or copying here. Delete this, right? So I'm just clicking on it. And from left side, you can see the API permissions. So clicking on API permissions and click on add permission. Now, in this request API permission, now this enterprise application we are going to use for creating the bridge between Azure DevOps and Power Platform services, right? So from this list, we have to find two options. The first one is Azure DevOps. Here you can see Azure DevOps. So I'm selecting this and we have to select this permission. Check this and add permission. And the other option is, again, we have to add one more permission. Click on add permission again, and we have to look for Power Platform services. So just scroll down. Power Apps Runtime Service, sorry, this one. Power Apps Runtime Service. So clicking on that and add this. So this is basically allowing us to connect with common data services, this Dataverse, the database which we have created for this environment, and click on add permission. Now both the permissions need admin consent. So that is why I mentioned in the earlier slide that if you have the Azure AD access, then you should have proper privileges so you can allow them or consent as an admin for both the services, right? So for this both service, we need to grant admin consent and allow them. So now we are done with Azure AD. First step is done. We are done with this. Now we do not require this Azure AD. But one more step is still there. After allowing this admin consent, we have to create I want to use this in another component. Then what we are doing generally, we are creating certificates, client secret, right? So click on that, new certificate, and give it any name, right? Let's say, for example, test and add. Now copy this secret ID and value ID. So this is required when we are trying to configure our service application, which will help us to connect with this environment. Whatever the environment I am going to connect, either it could be my Power Platform dev environment or QA environment, right? So assume that I have created one service application, client secret and ID, copied that, and then saving this. So Azure AD task is completed. First step is done. Now go to your environment. So in this case, we are going to use two environments. So this user, this will be behaving as a user for the environments. So I'm just going to open my dev environment. Now here you can see in the left side, we have the option called users. This one, right? So I'm clicking on that. From here, you can see the app users list on top of left corner. So clicking on that, or there are two options to add this user in as a application user in your environment. Click on new app user and just search with the name which has been used. Like in our case, it was delete this, right? So the name is there. I'm just selecting it, adding this. Now, after adding this, I need to provide some security role. So this application user will work for me as I want, as an admin who can allow me to connect with my Dataverse connection, right? So after this step, if I click on the security roles, first need to select the business unit. So in my case, I have only one business unit as a default, but in your case, it could be more than one. So select the proper business unit which belongs to your tenant. So I'm just selecting this and then allowing this user to behave as a system administrator. So I have to find the role, security role from here. Scroll down and then system administrator, right? And then saving it. So we are done with this user creation in one environment, dev environment. We have to repeat the same step for other environments because we are going to use same enterprise application for all the environments because we are doing this deployment in one tenant only, tenant within the tenant, right? So no need to create another enterprise application. So you have to go back, environments, and select other environment. In this case, I'm just selecting QA. So same process we have to follow for the QA environment. You can select new user, add your app, and then allow as a system administrator. Now, after this, we are done with this application user adding into different environment, right? Now, third step. Now, assume that we are creating solution in development environment. So I'm opening my development environment. This is my development environment where I have created one solution called PPC-2023. Under that, I have created only one Canvas app. One Canvas app with one label only, nothing extra, no connection between Dataverse or SharePoint list, no workflows, nothing, right? Simple, straightforward application. Now, what I want this solution to be available as a Azure repository in my Azure DevOps. That is first step. So what I need to do, I need to connect this solution, which is belongs to my development environment, with Azure DevOps, right? So for that, I have to create one pipeline, right? Now, assume that you have created this application. This is fine. We are done with this solution creation. Now, fourth step, which is related to Azure DevOps. So now you have to logging into Azure DevOps. So once you logging into your Azure DevOps, you have to use existing project or you have to create new project, right? So assume that I have already created one project, TPC, same name. After creating this project, what will be the first step? First step will be, creating the repo. Okay, so assume that repo is created. Now, before creating the pipeline, see, whenever we are thinking about Azure DevOps, whosoever is user who is going to create this pipeline, they should have access on that application, create new pipeline or create service connection, right? So for that, we have to create or allow the permission, right? In our case, what was the user? Enterprise application name, delete this, right? So from the same page, we will do that. So here you can see the project settings, bottom left. So I'm clicking on project settings, and from here, I'm just opening that. Go to repositories, because we are trying to connect with repo. Whatever the repo we have created, we are trying to use that connection to push this solution from my development environment to that repository, right? So I'm just clicking on repo. So my repo is there, TPC-23. Now here you can see the security, fourth tab. And under that, this is the user, which we have to allow to contribute access, this one. We have to allow that user, so that user will be able to create the pipeline and contribute whatever we are going to use, like we are pulling the data from or pulling the solution from my dev environment to Azure DevOps, or pushing that from Azure DevOps to destination environment, right? So we have to provide that permission here. And after that, we have to create pipeline. So after this, the pipeline creation steps comes in. So now let's open this. So here I have created this repository, right? Now I'm deleting this. This is my dev environment. I'm deleting it. Right? So now blank repo, right? And this is my production environment, QA environment, where I have this solution moved. Before this session, I was doing just demo. So I'm deleting this solution from here. Now what I'll do, in the dev environment, I'll walk you through the steps only. I will not create the steps, whole configuration, but I'll walk you through like what has been created, and then rerun this pipeline and release, and then you will be able to see how the solution can move from my dev environment to Azure repos. It will create the folder under the repository with all the components, and then we will create one release which will pull out that solution and push it into UAT environment, the destination environment. So it will take some time to delete this component. So meanwhile, now to connect with this environment, the next step is, before creating the pipeline, we have to create the service application. So service application will allow us to create the bridge between Azure DevOps and Power Platform, right? Using enterprise application. So whatever the enterprise application we have created, we will use that. So for that, you have to go to projects again, project settings. Then under this we have this service applications. Just go down this one. Sorry, service connections. And here you have to create new service connection. So for what we are going to create this connection? Power Platform. So search for Power Platform and add this component. Now this here. See, these are the steps we have to perform. The first step is application ID and client secret. So in our case, we have created the enterprise application. So we will use that option, right? If you want to opt for other option like manage identity, then you can select second radio button. But in this demo, I'm going to use application ID and secret ID. So we will use that. Now first text box where we have to enter the server URL. Now what this server URL for? So this is our environment's URL. You remember spcdev.crm1. So that is for my development environment. So I will use that URL as a server URL. And then tenant ID. So in Azure AD, we have created enterprise application. From there you have to copy your tenant ID. You have to pass that. Then application ID. So when we were creating the enterprise application, we have copied that application ID. So we have to use that application ID here. And then client secret. So we created that certificate and secret using that application ID. So we have to that value here. And then this is a generic name, service connection name. So you can give it any name, like for example, if I'm doing this for development environment, so I have already created that. So named is spcdev, service connection kind of. Right? And after that, make sure this checkbox is checked. Grant access permission to all pipelines, because this service connection we are going to use to connect with all pipelines, right? So make that checkbox check. So after completing this, all the steps, click on save and it will create one service connection for you. So I'm just canceling this and open the one which I already created. For example, this one, and add it. Right, so here you can see the values. So server URL, my dev environment URL, then my tenant ID, then application ID, then secret, then the name, and this grant access permission allowing to connect with all pipelines. Right, the same thing applies for other environments. Like in our case, the second environment is QA or UAT. So I have to create another service connection which can allow me to connect with that environment URL, the server URL. Only change will be server URL. Otherwise, all this information remains same, apart from the generic name for the service connection, right? So after that, once we are done with this service connections created, we are good to go with pipelines, right? Now I'm jumping into how to create the pipeline. So go to this one. New pipeline, create new pipeline. Use this classic editor. I have used classic editor, but you can use ML template or anything. Click on that. Then Azure repo. So in the prerequisite, I mentioned that I'm going to use Azure Git repo. So I'm using that. Clicking on that and select the project. Under which project you want to push your dev environment solution to which repository, right? So I'm selecting this project. So if I click on here, I will have all the project listed in this Azure DevOps account, right? So I'm just selecting this one and select the repository. Whatever the repo you have created, you have to select it. And then select the branch, under which branch you are going to move all this component, either solution or anything. So select that and click on continue. So after clicking on continue, you have to create the task. Pipeline is created. Now, what needs to be done with this pipeline? So it will create one agent, and under that agent, we have to create task. So what will be the task? First task. Let's assume that you are doing this manual process. From dev environment to you want to export your solution and import into another environment. So what are the steps? First, you need to connect with your environment, right? Assume that you have already tools and setup is environment is there. You have to connect with your environment. After that, you have to use export command, download somewhere in your system, and then make it available in Azure or other resource control or anywhere. So the same steps we have to create as a task for this agent. We have to tell the agent, okay, you have to execute all these tasks in this sequence, right? So I'm just opening the one which I have already created. I'm just clicking on this pipeline, leave this, and this one. I have already created this one, so I'm just clicking on this and add it. So assume that we have created pipeline and agent is there, agent job 1. So that under this agent we have to create all the tasks, right? So first step is to install the Power Platform tool, because this is online, right? In desktop we should have something to be like executable, like if we are trying to use import command through the command line CLI, PSC CLI, then we have to write all this command, right? But before that we have to install those prerequisites packages, right? Same thing applies here. So we have to use this. And how you can add the task? So click on agent and you have this plus button. Click on that and it will open this right side window. From here you can type in. So if you write in power, then it will list out all the Power Platform related components. So first will be our Power Platform tool installer, right? So click on add and it will add in this one. So I'm clicking on add, it will add here. So here for this one, we do not have to configure or write anything. Any configuration is not required for this action or task, right? So let's delete this first. After installing this, how you can be sure that, okay, I am able to connect with my environment using service connections, right? We just created service connection. Now what I want to do, I want to pull out my solution from dev environment. So I have to use my dev service connection, right? And push it to Azure repo. So before that, before executing all these import exports tasks, I want to be sure that, okay, am I able to connect with my environment or not? So the second command or task, you can see who am I. So that is basically used to just identify that whatever the service connection you have created, you are authorized and authenticated to connect with the environment. So here you can see this one. I have used service principal client secret, right? There are two radio buttons. Either you can go with username and password or the service connection which we have created. Both are applicable, but just to avoid the hard-coded username password available in this configuration panel, better to use service application or service principal which we have created. Now whenever you are clicking on any of the radio button, this drop down will be auto populated based on whatever the selection you have made, right? So in this drop down, you will be able to see all service connections. If I click on here, so here you can see dev and QA. So for this pipeline, I have already, for this repo, I have created a couple of service connections. So all service connection will be available under this drop down. Now you have to select for which environment you are going to use it. So we are going to use for dev. So I'm selecting dev. And this is the default one. So here we don't have to configure anything, make it as is it. And then after, what will be the next step? Now we are able to connect with the environment. Now I want to export my solution. So the third task is exporting the solution. This one. Now, assume that you are doing this manual process, exporting. So whenever you are exporting the solution, it will ask you either you want to go with manage or unmanage, right? So the same thing applies here. So whenever you are doing this, Before that, again I have selected this service connection as a connecting with this environment, and then I want this solution. So the question should be from your end, what is this solution name? $solution name. So I have created one variable where I have stored the name of the solution. So it will be a dynamic component. I do not have to worry about it. Will always take the hard coded name, and the solution name you can pick from your solution with internal name, the schema, not the display name, right? So it always considered internal name schema as your this name, so variable name. So here you can see in the top left in the variable, I have created this variable called solution name, and under that I have used this solution name PPC_2023. Right now I am referring this variable everywhere, wherever required I am referring this variable. So go back to task. Now exporting the solution, here you can see there is one checkbox, export as managed, right? So whenever we are exporting manually, it is asking like, okay, you want to go with managed or unmanaged. So by default it is unmanaged, but I want to push it to QA. So it should be unmanaged, or sorry, managed solution, right? We cannot change anything in the QA. So I have selected that checkbox as a managed. And here in the solution output file, this one. So why I am using this naming convention? Solution name underscore managed.zip. So whosoever is working on this project, they will be able to understand, okay, this is the managed solution, because the naming convention of the folder is like that, right? This one. Here, I can use unmanaged or unmanaged solution. Just to bifurcate that, if someone from other team member looking into the solution, they will be able to understand, okay, this is managed solution, this is unmanaged. So that is why I'm just using this naming convention. And after that, so all the configuration remains same. We are not doing any changing. Now after exporting, we have to unpack the solution. All the components will be unpacked. So use this unpack command. In export solution manual process, it automatically use that command. We are not going to use that unpack as a separate command. So again here, the same process. We have to pull out the solution from the location where we have used as a temporary location. And then we have to export it. So for export, we are going to use this PowerShell script. This is just an information like who is going to pull this solution from dev environment and pushing into Azure repo. So in this script, nothing extraordinary. Only one command we have to think about, this one. So this is common command. It will help us getting the access token to connect with your this environment. And then we are unpacking the solution. So unpacking the solution, it's a reverse of that, the same command, right? We are pushing, means we are pushing this component from dev to Azure repo, right? So after this, if I run this pipeline, what it will do? It will pull out my solution from dev environment and copy the package or create one folder under this repo, right? So let's do it. So I'm just running this pipeline, this and run pipeline. Run. Now go back to, and yeah, here we can just see how these commands get executed for agent job 1. Whatever the task we have created, it will display here like this, and parallelly we can check. Now we should have the folder created with solution name underscore managed, right? So that's the name we have used for this solution deployment. These are the commands it is trying to execute, and this all command will take like 2 to 3 minutes to execute all this command, depends on the internet connectivity. So we have to bear with that. But meanwhile, I forgot to mention one thing. So the agent which we have created, we have to enable script execution for that agent. So you see that in the last 2 steps, we have used that PowerShell script, right? So we have to check that checkbox where we are allowing this agent to execute the script. Otherwise, if it is unchecked, then it will say, okay, you do not have proper permission to execute this script. So we have to make that enable. And then let's see, it is still exporting. So it will also display the percentage like and time 0.57. How many what's the process of this whole component export process? So it depends on the size of the solution. Like if you have this model driven app, web resources, then business rules, some workflows, some other components. So it all depends on that, like how long it will take to create or execute these steps pipeline and push it to your Azure repo. So now it is creating this checkout process and then pushing it to this Azure repo, and then we are done. So I'm just going to Azure DevOps and just clicking on refresh. We have that folder here, right? So it's just now, and let's click on that. So the manage folder is there. We just give it a name like that. And these are the components like Canvas apps and other. So under that, whatever the component we have in the solution, it is available as is, right? Now, what happens next? Our solution in Azure repo. Now we want to push it from here to another environment, the destination environment. So for that, we have to create, pipeline is done. Now we have to release it to another environment. So we go to the release, clicking on release. And then again, we have to create the release. So what happens in release? You have exported it. Now in the other environment, we have to import it. So reverse command, right? So first, click on this artifacts. So artifacts, we are going to use the same one, and clicking on this agent. And then first we are going to install this Power Platform tool. Now here I have not used that who am I, because I am able to connect with my environment. So no need to check. That's a default one. You can delete that. And then in the previous steps, the last step was unpack the solution. Now here we are just packing it. Everything clubbed together and push it to another environment. So the same location we have to pull. Then manage solution. Here we have to select which solution you want to push, as a manage or unmanaged. So we have created as a managed solution. We will use manage here. After that, we have to use the import command. So for import command, we have to connect with the environment again, where you want to import it. So that is why here we have the service connection name, and I'm using this SPC QA environment. I want to connect with my QA environment. And the rest of the steps are same. And then here again, I'm just using this publish customization to my destination environment. So let's run this by release. So I'm just creating new release. Before that, I'll show you in QA environment, I do not have that solution with name. Right? So I don't have that environment. Right? Nothing start with VPC. So let's push it to create new release. And here in the drop down, if you see why we are not going to use this drop down, because I have only one environment at destination environment. But you want to restrict, like, okay, I want to release this component to this environment only, then you have that option to select. So you can just check this checkbox and you can do that. Now I'm creating the release. So release will do click on this and we can see that how it is coming. So it is queued, posted, clicking on that. So that process is started. Now click on this development progress. So here again, we can see all the steps which we have associated with this agent, like installing the component, this Power Platform tool, then importing the solution tool, then packing, importing, and then publish customizations. So all the tasks will be executed in the release as well. And once this is done, we will be able to see that solution in our destination environment, in QA environment. So I'm just going to refresh. Still running. So here again, it will take same amount of time. It will also see explain that what are the components processing, how many percentage completed. So you can find that from here, but it will take like couple of minutes for this solution, as we don't have anything extraordinary connection or any workflow I have used in this. So once this is done, then we will be able to see that solution here in the QA environment. Okay, so we are done. It's coming that, okay, validating, Dataverse is connected. And here you can also see the time, like each and every task take different amount of time, like 4 seconds, 6 seconds, less than 1 second. So the highest time taking task is import solution, because it has to, all the component can be imported and customized, publish customization will be there in the system, in the environment. So let's press it. See here, now we have this 1 minute ago. So if I click here, I will be able to see the same component which I have in the development environment. Right? If I open this, now here what will happen? Will I get error, or it will open this Power App? What if error comes? Sometimes what happen? See, request access, right? Because this app is not shared with anyone yet. This is just pushed from dev to QA. So make sure that before you provide this URL to QA team, you should have all these members shared with this app. So once it is shared, you will be able to see the app as it is rendering in the dev environment and the QA environment. So this is how this whole process, consider as a Azure DevOps, use Azure DevOps to move your Power Apps. Power Apps in the sense not only Canvas app, but it could be any component, any. If you have this Power Virtual Agent, Cloud Flows, any web resources, anything you can add into the solution, it will move as it is into destination environment. So this way you can move your solution from one environment to another environment. And then how this whole execution process comes in, like Azure DevOps, Power Apps, and this deployment task, whatever the task commands we have used to connect with your Power Platform environment. So this is all about this practical demo. And I'm almost done with that. Let me know if anyone have any questions or any thoughts, what I can improve in this implementation, or if you have come across any implementation and you find any issues or any thought you want to share. Yes.
Only one thing I observe here is that like manually, if you export the solution, right, and also go to the other environment for the Power Apps and import it, it will be take the lesser amount of time comparing to this one.
See, here the process is automated, right?
Yeah.
Even if you import or export the solution with all the different set of components, it will take lesser amount of time. But here we are trying to use the Power PSE CLI, which is available for this component. That's why I mentioned that it will take more time compared to what we are using in import-export manual process. But here, the headache of moving your solution from one place to another is like very easy. You can just run this command, go for a coffee, come back, your task will be done, right? You do
Right.
not have to like sit here and check, okay, oh, these are the dependencies missing, I need to validate it. If there are error, then it will give you the whole error log, right?
Right.
And also it will also allow you to like, what you can say, in which step you are getting error, right? It also indicate that proper error message. Like in import export manual process, it will give you a list of dependencies. Then you have to add all the components or remove some of the entities which is not required. So that process you have to do. But
okay. One more question, like when you have some component installed, like services you have, let's say in the dev environment, you allow some of the policy and some of the connection you have created.
Yes.
And in this environment, connection is not created in the QA. So will that automatically get created?
Yes. So for connection in the sense, what will be the
Let's
name
say-
of the connection?
Let's say the like PowerShell connection is not there. Like
Okay, but
SharePoint connection and any other
how
connection.
we are going to use that connection, that depends. See, most of the time, everyone is doing this mistake. They are using named connection. My name is Kirti, so I'm using kirti.prajapati@whatever.com, right? Using that account, I'm creating the connection, right? It may possible that this account is not available in any of the environment. So better to use service connections.
Like this is connection, sorry, data sources I'm saying, like the SharePoint data source, any
Yes,
SQL
yes,
data.
everything will be available as is.
As is it will
Yes,
be
it is. Yes, yes.
Okay.
So if you use model-driven app, for example, or
Yeah.
in this application, I'm connecting with my one of the SharePoint list. SharePoint list, we have to move there.
Correct.
Right? It will not move. This solution is not associated with SharePoint. It will move the package as it is. But when you are trying to open it, it will give you an error. The list is not available or data not found. So
Right.
for that, make sure that both the sites are identical with the same name or internal names.
If we have multiple deployments, will the version be updated automatically?
Yes, I'll show you. So there are two things. So with the version, you can also add some kind of prefix if you want. So here the default version is already there. See here release, this is the release 54321, right? But I want to add my custom comments or custom number like date, whosoever is running this script, and the version number, build number, solution build number. So that can be done. Same way like we have created variable, you can create another variable called build version and start with one number and write a logic that it will increment +1 or 0.01, 0.2 like that.
Okay, so apart from Azure DevOps, what other techniques we have for the code deployment, like
For?
ALM accelerator or a Power Apps pipeline?
Yes.
How is it different from Azure DevOps?
So ALM is already there, like application lifecycle management. But in that case, what happens? We do not have this kind of provisions. You do not have to use Azure DevOps. But the main difference is you have to create another environment that is called hosted environment, where you have to host the environments on which you want to implement this ALM, right? And then in hosted environment, you have to configure this all. Like, okay, I want to create pipeline for this environment, and then release. So that is the different. And the best part is in the ALM, you do not have an option to choose, select manage or unmanage. It will always create managed solution, right? That is easy. But here we have a lot of control. In ALM, we don't have any control. Any questions? If you have any questions, then I'm still here. We can discuss. So all done from my end, and yeah, thank you for having me and joining this session. Thank you.
Okay, so we're running a little late on time. We'll quickly break for a tea and snack. Please collect your boxes and I would request you to come back and have your seats so that we can have some fun time now with the quizzes, and let's see how much of you have really attended and listened. So all the questions will be based on all the tracks, track 1 and track 2.